All right. Hello, and welcome back to Real Seekers. I'm your host, Dale, the Real Seeker. And just that was the long form intro as a request from Shroud fan Adam Clark. So I played the long intro for you there. And today we have a special treat. So I'm joined by returning guest, Jack Markwardt. Hey there, Jack.
Good morning, Dale.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We're continuing on with this great Shroud Wars series where we're looking at the history of the Shroud, comparing the Image of Edessa hypothesis versus the Image of God Incarnate hypothesis. And so far in our series, we've kind of the first period we looked at from 30 AD to 500 AD, and then in the second part we looked at from 501 to 900 AD. And obviously, today we're going to be moving on to the period. Originally, we were going to cover 3 centuries, but Jack said that, look, there's just so much material here. I think we can only cover the 10th century for this episode. So that's kind of the plan to cover the period from 901 to 1000 AD. One thing I will just say, just before we get into Jack's presentation, part of Jack's case will be responding to Pam Moon. I had her on my show about a month ago or a few weeks ago, giving her presentation on the history of the Shroud on the Image of Edessa. So you can see that show for yourself, called Shroud History, the Image of Edessa Round 2. As well, Pam sent me her slides, which I will be posting up after today's show as well. So you'll get access to Pam's slides as well as Jack's slides for today's show. But yeah, with that said, I think we'll go straight over to Jack. Yeah, do you have any announcements before we get started that you want to say, or
No, I don't have anything.
you're good to go? All right, perfect. So that said, I will bring up your slides. All right, there we go.
Okay. I'm actually going to start out by repeating something you just said, and that is that there's been 2 shows thus far. And on this slide, I have the links for people who may have not have watched the shows or may want to look at them again. And those are the periods that were covered. I also wanted to mention that there was a concept when we started the series, which I thought was a really good concept, and that is that there were going to be 3 participants, and there would be an advocate for the what you call the Image of Edessa hypothesis. I always call it the Mendelian theory. And then I was going to advocate for my hypothesis, and there was a skeptic who was going to not agree with either hypothesis. And the idea of this was I always believe that you learn more and more gets elucidated when there are multiple people putting in opinions and commenting as you go along. And unfortunately, the advocate for the Image of Edessa hypothesis pretty much withdrew before the first show, did not participate in the second show, and that forced me, just so that we would have a show, to present not only my hypothesis but the other hypothesis. And I made some comments on it as I was going through, but it was very difficult to have a conflict of interest because I'm presenting something that I don't essentially believe in. But I had to more or less spare some of my criticisms about it going through. And then circumstances developed in which the skeptic is not participating, and so it's left me to go on with what would otherwise be a presentation. But they say that when God closes a door, he opens a window, and I think that's what's happened here. And as you alluded to, Dale, about 3 weeks ago, Pam Moon, who is an authenticist syndenologist, presented a program in support of advocating for the image of Edessa hypothesis. I really wanted to participate in that show by way of questioning, but Pam refused to take any questions while she was doing the show. And in addition, the format changed in which it did not allow for even a chat, a live chat, so I couldn't make comments to it. And so what I'm going to do in this program is review initially what Pam has presented for the period of 33 to 900, the period we've already covered. And then when I've done that, I'll move over to the 10th century. And I'm going to be spending much of my time on the image of Edessa hypothesis because that is the icon that is kind of the subject of all these texts that are written in the 10th century. The image of God Incarnate is not really involved in any of those texts, although a couple of important things happen in terms of supporting that hypothesis in the 10th century. So I'm going to go through largely the image of Edessa hypothesis through the end of the 10th century to the year 1000. And then I will do the image of God Incarnate hypothesis after that. But it's going to be a much, much shorter presentation because there's not as much historical information with regard to that. Now, let me mention a couple of things, and we can take down this slide if you'd like, Dale.
All right.
While we're doing that.
Yeah.
So let me just talk a little bit and supplement somewhat the image of Edessa hypothesis. Now, this was originally published in 1970 by Ian Wilson. It was in a best-selling book. And the book was about the Shroud, various aspects of the Shroud. The historical portion only covered about 25% of the book. And I think I've said before, I was an advocate of that hypothesis for, I think it was 24 years, from 1986 to 2010. So I pretty much know everything about it. Then I got to a point, for reasons which I explained, in which I lost confidence in it. And because we're going to be dealing with, in part, what Pam has presented with regard to this, the first thing I would note is that that hypothesis has what I would call serious historical foundational issues. By that I mean it starts in the 1st century, where the hypothesis is that the Shroud was taken to Edessa. It was folded and placed in a device which caused the image, the body image, to disappear and thereby convert it into a portrait of Jesus. And then it essentially, about 20 years later, got placed in a wall and got lost there for 500 years, and people did not know that it was there. Now, all of these claims were made on something called the Abgar legend, and the Abgar legend has various versions of it. The earliest is datable to about 325. The first legend that mentions an image is in the year 400. There were later variations to that legend in about the 7th century, and finally after the icon got taken to Constantinople in 944. And so it's very, very difficult to base a historical theory on a legend. Historical theories are supposed to be based on historical facts, and people can argue about those facts and what their meaning is, and they can interpret facts, but you can't interpret pretty much legends. Legends sometimes have what's called a substrata of facts to them, but they are not facts. And the real difficulty with this particular hypothesis is that it runs counter to the known historical facts. In other words, historians recognize that Christianity did not come to Edessa until the 2nd century, probably late in the 2nd century. And that King Abgar V, who's the subject of the Abgar legend, there's no evidence that he ever converted to Christianity. In addition, there's no church records or historical ecclesiastical records that indicate that there was a conversion of Edessa in the 1st century. So there is essentially nothing there except a legend. And if you're going to base a historical hypothesis on a legend, you're basing it on quicksand, and everything that follows from that foundation has to be questioned. Because we're going to get to the 10th century today and the image of Edessa as it existed in the 10th century. But unless you're able to convincingly explain why it got to Edessa, and when it got to Edessa, and how it got to Edessa, if you don't do that convincingly, then it really doesn't matter about what you say about that in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th century, because you're still going to have that void. And that void has never been explained from the day that this hypothesis was propounded in 1978 until today. It's been questioned. People have raised doubts about it, but still, none of its advocates have spoken about it. And that's why I was somewhat hopeful that Pam Moon would, in her presentation, speak to this deficiency. The other problem that the hypothesis has is it's never been accepted by any kind of academic scholar or historian. Ian Wilson, in his 78 book, indicated that he had gone to certain esteemed scholars, including Stephen Runciman, at that time, and he put this idea before them, and they would not give him any encouragement because they had studied the image of Edessa for many years, and their Byzantine professors and their experts and their Syriac scholars and all the people that are involved in looking at this era without reference to the Shroud of Turin, but with reference to the image of Edessa, are basically saying that there is no way that the Shroud of Turin could have ever been the image of Edessa, even according to this hypothesis in which it was folded up and placed in a device. The final thing is that there are scholars who believe, and I happen to believe, that the Abgar legend does not pertain to King Abgar V in the 1st century, but to King Abgar VIII or King Abgar the Great in the 2nd century. And that the story is told as an allegory, and that many, many things then in the legend fit if you consider it to be an allegory of the 1st century written in the 2nd century, including the fact that a number of persons who are mentioned in the legend are persons who lived in the late 2nd century. They were contemporaries of King Abgar the Great. Now, I really do feel that a lot of adherents of this hypothesis have not read sufficiently all the information on it, including the information provided by Ian Wilson himself. Because in 1998, in a book that Wilson put out at that time, he specifically recognized the fact that this could be an allegory. There was another historian who was involved at that time. His name was Dan Scavone, and he wrote some articles and did some research about King Abgar the Great and about the Book of Popes. And some of this I presented in the first show, but it was clear that all the indicia pointed to the fact that the Abgar legend does not really apply to the first century, it applies to the second century. But what people don't understand, because I don't think they read all the books, or they don't read them thoroughly, or they don't understand them, was that Ian Wilson himself began to question. He didn't concede that that was the case, but he understood that that was a viable argument about the hypothesis. And so the fact that scholars and academics who know the actual history, and they know the history of the image of Edessa, the fact that they can't agree with it, and they haven't agreed with it, and some of them have criticized it very, very harshly, that's a problem that really needs to be addressed. So I was hopeful that Pam, in her presentation, because there aren't many people over the years that have come forward to talk about the hypothesis. Usually you hear, if you go to a Shroud conference, or you hear people speaking, they're saying the same things that they've said for the past 40 years. It's the same old stale information that they keep putting out there about the hypothesis. And I do know that Pam does research and comes out with some new information. And I was hopeful that she would come out with new information that would be helpful to that hypothesis, or at least be worthy of some discussion, and to reconsider that hypothesis.
I just want to,
Now,
before. Oh,
yes,
I don't want to interrupt your opening kind of thing, but I just had a kind of follow-up question,
sure.
just in terms of methodology and approach, because one thing I realized when I was talking with Pam, she was a former Protestant who became Roman Catholic, and because of that, I've had my own discussions with Eastern Orthodox and Catholics about the role of tradition, where they kind of accept certain traditions wholesale. And I noticed there was that similar approach with the Abgar legend and stuff. Do you think that maybe the type of Christian you are kind of has any relation to whether you would be partial to the image of Edessa versus another theory? Or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that people of all different denominations of Christianity, they each have their faith, and they reach their faith in different ways. And there is a lot of church tradition that, for example, and related somewhat to the subject, is the Veronica legend. There are people, I know a lot of Catholics, who believe that that's a historical fact. And they believe it because they've been doing Stations of the Cross for many years. And every historian knows that that is not only not a historical fact, it's not even a scriptural fact. You're not going to find the story of Veronica in any of the Gospels. And the story wasn't even told until approximately the 8th century. And yet you will have people who take that and believe it as a fact. And what I've noticed, and you'll see this when I review Pam's presentation, she takes an awful lot for granted that is based upon a religious belief, or a belief in a tradition, a belief in a relic. And I'm about this from a different direction, and that is my interest is in history. I'm interested in what the historians wrote and what we can get from history. And I include within that quite a bit of church history. There are church historians like Eusebius and Evagrius, and there are people who were scholarly in their day who wrote history as they knew it. But there's clearly a line between a legend or a pure tradition than with history. And so, to a certain extent, I think we're in different churches, so to speak, from the standpoint of how we would approach the subject. And I'm very sensitive to that, because over the years, I think there's been this chasm between syndenologists and scholars. And many times what syndenologists put forward is based on virtually no information, either scientific or historical, whereas a scholar is going to want to, a historical scholar is going to say, where's the text? Where's the proof? And the scientist is certainly going to do that. And it's not forthcoming. And so when I do shows like yours, or when I write my book, I try to justify my positions by citations to texts and other historical evidence, including artwork and the like. And what you'll find, though, is that there are a number of syndenologists who they tend to be the ones who go out to church groups and they give presentations to church groups because they have a very naive and a credulous audience. Most of the people there do not have any knowledge of not only the Shroud, but also of all these historical facts. And they can say just about anything that they want to say. And a lot of times they proclaim themselves or they're proclaimed as being Shroud experts. And so they're given a certain amount of credence. And so if I come on a show like this, I want to present facts, and I don't mind being questioned about the facts, because I think my hypothesis and all these hypotheses need to stand on the merits of what evidence they have to support them. And not everybody approaches it this way, but I think that it's very important that if someone's going to present something and they're not going to footnote it, and they're going to give these talks and not say where they got things, it's very important to analyze what they said to make sure that whether there's any merit to them.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Yeah, back to your presentation.
Okay. Now, if we could go to the next slide, Dale, or maybe I've even passed that. Let's see what that is. This slide is simply to have people know where to find Pam's presentation. That's a link to it. And it was done, as I said, not quite 3 weeks ago. So you can go to the next slide. So the one thing that Pam does is she doesn't take on all the scholarship over the years. And so once again, there's no addressing in her presentation either the foundational problem of the hypothesis being based on a legend. There's not a word about that. And there's also not a word about the general discreditation of this hypothesis by scholars, including an entire book that was written on it in 2014 by Andrea Nicolati, in which essentially it dismantles a lot of the propositions. And it's been very disappointing for me personally to know that 10 years later, no one has challenged that. Largely has challenged it. What you'll hear from syndenologists is about Nicolati's manner of how he presents things, or whether he's polite or he's rude, or that sort of thing. But on the merits, it hasn't been addressed, and it still is not being addressed by Pam Moon. So those two problems are still out there. But what she does do, and I give her credit for this because I haven't seen anybody else really try to do this, she focuses on the work of Averil Cameron. Now, Averil Cameron, you can't really say enough about her as a Byzantine scholar. This is what Pam says about her. She's one of the greatest Byzantine scholars in the world. She's a really state-of-the-art Byzantine historian, and she has a huge knowledge of Byzantine history. So, I mean, most people would then give a lot of respect, not just to her as a person, but also to her knowledge and her opinions, because I remember she did her inaugural lecture back in 1980. So she's been at this for 44 years. When people have been doing everything, other things, she's been studying Byzantine history with a special attention given to the Image of Edessa. And so when she comes out and says that the image of Edessa, that object, has no history prior to the 6th century, that is a very powerful statement. And it's going to take some real evidence, I think, to overcome what her view is. Now, what Pam did is she showed an email that she had received from Abel Cameron. I think it was recently. I don't think it was dated. But Cameron says in that even were the shroud and the image of Edessa one and the same as Pam believes, even were they the same object, which she doesn't agree with, but even if they were, it doesn't take the shroud any further because the image of Edessa has no history prior to the 6th century. So the best you're doing by identifying the shroud with the image of Edessa is you're bringing its history back to the 6th century. And I think what happened, if you take a look at the program, I actually think that Pam Moon misunderstood what Abel Cameron was saying and translated what she said into Cameron saying the shroud did not have a history before the 6th century. And so she goes about trying to show that the shroud had a history before the 6th century. That's what her presentation is from that point forward. So if we could go to the next slide.
I thought I was able to unmute myself, but sorry, I just wanted to ask while we're on this slide with Averill Cameron, because
Yeah.
Pam did mention that her and Cheryl White have written a paper responding to Averill Cameron's claims. Does that have to do with what you're talking about here, or is that about something else? Like, what was that about?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question, Dale.
Oh, I was saying Pam mentioned when she was on the show that her and Cheryl White did write response to Averill Cameron. Do you know, was that about what you're talking now, or was that about a different topic? What was that paper about?
Well, I think I read that paper once. I think it's a little bit broader than the what she put on the presentation. I can only tell you that in my reading of it, I didn't think they made a single point that contradicted or refuted what Abel Cameron had said. I think that they also addressed some topics, as I recall, about, for example, Abel Cameron believing through Syriac texts that the early image of Edessa was a painting on wood, and I think they attempted to address that as well. But on this particular show, the presentation that was made, all the refutations or alleged refutations are about Cameron's position that the image of Edessa itself had no history before the 6th century.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you so much for clarifying that. So, all right, I'll go back to your slides.
Okay, so this is what I call Pam's refutation evidence. It's mainly 4 things. And if you take a look at them one by one, she says there are the gospel burial narratives. And yes, they are proof, I think, that there was a shroud. Jesus was buried in a shroud. But they tell you nothing about whether that shroud ever became the image of Edessa. She cites the gospel according to the Hebrews. And again, that is a passage in which Jesus gives his shroud to the servant of the priest. Kind of a cryptical comment. But at best, and I've cited it myself, at best it's evidence that people knew at the time that this apocryphal scripture was written that there was a shroud that survived the tomb, came out of the tomb, was given to the servant of the priest. And then she talks about, she even said that Cheryl White helped her select this. I don't know what that had to do with anything, because the Hymn of the Pearl, which I talked about in our earliest show, is something that was discovered in about the year 2000 by Kim Dreisbach. And it is, and I know that you're familiar with it, it's the poem in which there is a heavenly type prince that comes down to earth in the way that Jesus does. He takes a pearl from a serpent, representing the devil, and at the end, he sees on his robe an image of the King of Kings, which is a term that Jesus is described by the time of this poem. Now, there's things that are problematic about this. Pam does not give any of the history of the Hymn of the Pearl, and for example, that it was written either by Bardaisan or by a member of his cult, and Bardaisan was a childhood and adult friend of King Abgar VIII. And so if he's writing this poem, and it is in fact a reference to the Shroud, it seems as if he would have seen it and he would have known about it. So again, this hymn is more evidence that the Abgar legend is an allegory coming from the late 2nd century, that it's not historically true itself. But there's two other what I call logic deniers if you are a proponent of the Image of Edessa hypothesis. Number one, how would Bardaisan or the author of this poem know anything about the shroud and image on a shroud if, per that hypothesis, it was put in a wall in about 57, and this is 165 years or so later? How would they know about that? The Hymn of the Pearl, to me, is one of the indicia that the hypothesis of the Image of Edessa is false. It disproves it. It doesn't prove the hypothesis. And the other thing is, how, if it's known in 220, that there is this image on the shroud, then isn't the entire premise of the Image of Edessa hypothesis false? Because the premise says it was behind, not only in a wall, but it was behind a frame, it was folded, and that body image wasn't discovered until the 11th or 12th century. So how do you logically invoke the Hymn of the Pearl as proof of the shroud, or even proof of the Image of Edessa, and not contradict the hypothesis that you're advocating? And you know, this had, if I were making a presentation, I'm more likely to have say cited the Galatians 3:1, which I think is a much clearer reference to the shroud and the image on the shroud from a scriptural source. St. Paul is writing it. It's probably about St. Peter. But Pam and I discussed this on one of your panels, and you know, she was at that time advocating for Galatians 3:1 being a reference to the shroud. And I pointed out to her at that time that the shroud couldn't be in Edessa and be in Galatia at the same time, and she had no explanation for that. So there's a lot of what I think is illogic, not only in terms of things being presented historically, but also contradicting the very hypothesis that's supposed to be advocated. The fourth proof is what she calls an autograph letter of Jesus to King Abgar. She specifically says that that's the connection between um, the Shroud and King Abgar V at that time. Now, the autograph letter of Abgar, it's something that's pulled out of the Abgar legend, in which King Abgar supposedly writes to Jesus. And the letter is brought to him by Ananias, and then Jesus writes back and says to Abgar, I can't come to Edessa, but I'll send a disciple to you to cure you after I've ascended to heaven. And this letter of Jesus to Abgar, in fact, both letters were declared to be apocryphal, that is false, legendary, by Pope Gelasius in a decree that he issued in 495, about 492 to 494. In addition, two of the church fathers, Saints Augustine and Jerome, they lived in the 4th into the 5th century. Both of them wrote that Jesus never left any type of writing behind. And so the whole idea of there being a letter of Jesus to Abgar is totally legendary, and even by the church authorities, it has been rejected. But Pam does this even one better. She claims that the legend, or that the letter, was autographed by Jesus, and then that takes her into explaining, I think it's the letter Shin in the Hebrew, that would have been his signature, and that this somehow matches, if it's turned on his side, to the 3 blood stain that's on Jesus' forehead. And I'm just wondering why, since this was totally discredited by the church in the 5th century, she would even hold on to this. But it has to do with something we'll get to a little later too, and that is that there is a reference in the Skylitzes history, in Byzantine history, to the fact that in a procession that they had in 1036, there were several objects that were carried in that procession, and one of them was the letter of Jesus. And Pam seems to think that the letter that they had in 1036, that it was actually the first letter, somehow it survived for 10 centuries, and that because there was something called a relic at that time, it must have been authentic, and then that itself proves the story. But this is not the way that a historian is going to look at historical proof. And so when I look at this refutation evidence that she's presented, I don't think she's refuted at all in one scintilla what Averil Cameron said, and that is that the image of Edessa itself had no history prior to the 6th century. If you go to the next slide, please.
Just a quick question. Sorry, it's annoying.
Yeah.
I have to keep back and forth.
No, it's not annoying at all. Feel free to ask.
So just a quick question, because I did object to Pam raise the challenge about Jesus and these letters, and one of the things I was saying is it would be implausible. It seems historically implausible to picture Jesus writing letters, and Pam kind of came back and said, "Well, what's implausible about that at all? Like, I mean, he was a tecton, so he would have been educated and stuff like that, and would have." What's your thoughts on Jesus and Abgar actually having a letter exchange? Is there anything historically implausible, or is it plausible?
Well, again, I mean, a historian would go from what the historical record is. What is the historical record of Jesus writing, other than what I think he wrote in the sand to the adulteress? And nobody even knows what that was for sure, whether it was a letter or a sign or anything like that. So if I'm going to make an argument, as Pam wants to make an argument, then it's my responsibility to come up with the proof. I mean, the proof isn't just something you imagine in your mind or you wish happened or you want to have happened. You have to say Jesus was literate and he could write a letter and he could sign his name. And I'd say, well, what's the proof? You're not going to get any historical proof because there weren't people who wrote about the life of Jesus. You're going to get, you've got scripture, just like you're using scripture to say there was a shroud in the tomb. But what is the scripture that tells you that Jesus could or would write a letter? There's a whole lot of doubt, of course, about whether somebody named Ananias went and saw Jesus preach and then tried to paint his picture and then went back to King Abgar. I mean, that's a legendary, doubtful story. But when you try to gild the lily, and that story tells you that there were also letters exchanged between them, it's really a bridge much too far. It's probably a bridge, miles from the bridge of already accepting the validity of the legend, which, by the way, is not in scripture. And you would think one of the evangelists, if a emissary of a king, would have come to watch Jesus preach, and Jesus washed his face and gave him an image of his face. If you're going to take that literally as true, then you would think that there would be at least one of the evangelists who would make that a story that would be told, but it's not there. So that's why there's a distinction between historical texts, scriptural texts, and pure legend, and this is pure legend. One other thing I meant to mention, Dale, I thought this was what you were going to raise. That is that the issue came up about Professor Cameron, and I think there was a discussion about whether she's a skeptic. And I think the idea there is that she's a Shroud skeptic. And I just want to emphasize that as far as I know, she's never written against the authenticity of the Turin Shroud or expressed an opinion about it. And in this email that she sent to Pam Moon, she said that she had gone to see the Shroud in Turin. So you'd have to wonder why she took the time and made the effort to go see the Shroud in Turin, unless it was pure curiosity, academic curiosity perhaps. But I don't think she's expressed herself on regard to that. And too often, having been in synodology for almost 40 years myself, I've seen a lot of people say, well, if somebody is questioning the Image of Edessa hypothesis, they must be against the Shroud. And that's not true at all. There are a lot of authenticists like myself and Emmanuel Poole from France and a number of people who believe in the authenticity of the Shroud, but they do not believe in the validity of the Image of Edessa hypothesis. And that's the only thing that Professor Cameron, that I know, has expressed herself on. So I think it's a misnomer to describe her definitely as a Shroud skeptic. Perhaps she is, but I don't think that's been announced or settled.
Fair enough. Yeah, I take your point. I kind of made the assumption there myself. So yeah,
Yes.
I take the scolding. But just in terms of your answer to my question, I think what you said is that, yeah, in terms of Jesus being able to write letters, it is historically plausible, but
Yeah.
it doesn't have explanatory scope because it doesn't fit with the Gospels, and it lacks explanatory power in that there's no evidence directly for it.
Yeah,
right.
and if we were sitting in some kind of a Bible study, I think we could have that kind of discussion. And I don't think anything is precluded. And, you can say Jesus was, a carpenter, a trained carpenter. Maybe that made him, a man of letters too. I don't know what the proof of that necessarily is. But you could have those discussions. But, I'm involved in this for history, and therefore I'm basing it on what historical sources, even circumstantial evidence, would show. And I don't think there's any historical or scriptural evidence, circumstantial or otherwise, that Jesus ever wrote a letter. And that's why I think Pope Gelasius and Saints Augustine and Jerome came to that same conclusion like 16 centuries ago. So if Pam is going to come up with this, she needs something better than she thinks it. And she's got an interesting story to tell about the letter Shin, if he did autograph it. Because even the legend doesn't say he autographed the letter or he signed it, just said that there was a letter that was sent. So you can just get carried away with your imagination. If that's what you're talking about, then you're going to feel comfortable with the image of Edessa hypothesis because it's all legend to begin with. It's extremely simple. You know, the shroud was taken to Edessa. It was folded. Nobody knew about it after that. It was put in the wall. You don't have to give a history for the next 500 years. You just say that it was the image of Edessa for the next 500 years. And then it shows up in Edessa, and then it shows up in Constantinople. And you go from there, in which most of the references aren't to the Mandylion, but they're to the Sindon after that. And the Mandylion was not the Sindon unless you're going to accept the hypothesis. There's not much history. It's very simplistic, and it's what a lot of people are comfortable with. When you get into the text and you do a history there, it becomes very complicated. It gives a lot of people a headache to think about it, so they don't think about it, you know?
All right, fair enough. I'll let you continue on then.
Okay, the next slide. Now, I don't think is that it? I'm sorry, you're right. I don't need the slide yet. Sorry, Dale. I didn't make a slide for this. I wanted to point out that Mark Guskin, who I think most people know of if they're involved in Sindonology, he wrote a book on the image of Edessa. It's probably the primary work on the image of Edessa. It took him many years. He went up to Mount Athos and looked through a lot of manuscripts. And this is what he said in 2009. He said, the image of Edessa's origin, quote, cannot be established with any certainty, unquote. He also said, quote, we cannot even be sure when it was first mentioned in historical documents, much less whether this denotes when it came into existence, unquote. So here is an authenticist who's actually spent years studying the image of Edessa. And what is his conclusion? His conclusion is what Averell Cameron's conclusion is. And you don't even have to make up that he's a possible skeptic. He's not a skeptic. And he's a subscriber to the Ian Wilson theory as well, has been for years. But once he had to look at this as a scholar, he had to reach the same conclusions as Cameron. And that is that, fine, if you want to believe the image of Edessa was the shroud, then start your history in the late 6th century when there's an image of Edessa. But there is no image of Edessa prior to the 6th century. All you have is this legend about a portrait of Jesus. And it's supposed to, at that time, have been a portrait painted by a man. Nothing Akira Coates about it. And so what's the dispute? Who does Pam Moon dispute with? Averell Cameron? She's an easy target in the sense that she's a skeptic, but she's brilliant and she knows her stuff. But, you know, she might as well dispute Mark Guskin, because Mark Guskin reaches the same conclusion. And so I just think that the image of Edessa hypothesis, it just will never be deemed credible by intellectuals, both authenticist and skeptical, unless and until it's accredited, or at least at a minimum is no longer being discredited by objective academic scholarship. It's got to be proved on that basis. It can't be proved on legends and traditions and faith. That's to me, that's a discussion for a church group. It's not a discussion for an academic group.
All right, awesome. You want me to bring up the slides?
Let me see where I am here. Not yet. So the next thing that Pam talks about is the alleged rediscovery of the shroud. And she says that the shroud, which went into the wall in 57, which only appears in the legend that's written in 945, by the way, that the shroud came out of the wall in connection with this historical flood that they had in Edessa in 525. Now, she states that, it's on her slides, as if it's a fact. She's telling everyone that the shroud was discovered in the wall shortly after the flood of 525. But there's absolutely no historical evidence that that happened. There was a text back then. It was called the Chronicle of Edessa, or the Edessa Chronicle, in which it was covering the history of Edessa, and it went all the way up to about, I think, 540. And there's no episode described in the Chronicle about the shroud being discovered in the wall of Edessa. That was what the Byzantine legend kind of hinted at, that there was a discovery. But even the Byzantine legend does not say it was discovered in the wall. The Byzantine legend, written by Constantine VII, says that while the Edessa was under attack by the Persians in 544, the bishop of Edessa saw a vision of a woman, and that this woman told him where to find the image that eventually comes into use, and does point him out to the wall. But that means that if the legend is correct, it means that the shroud was discovered only in the course of the attack on Edessa in 544, and the shroud was not found as a result of damage being done by the wall. It seems to me that if you're going to use a legend, use the Byzantine legend to attempt to prove that the shroud was put in a wall, then you have to use the same Byzantine legend as to how and when the shroud came out of the wall. But this proffer that Pam has about the shroud being discovered in the wall, which comes right out of Ian Wilson's book, which comes right out of Ian Wilson's imagination, it's logical, but it's not substantiated by either the history or the legend. So that also was part of her presentation. I believe I believe it's misleading to tell an audience that the shroud was discovered in the walls of Edessa when there's no history or even legend to that effect. Go to the next one. Okay, now I think we can go to the next slide. And I won't dwell on this too much, but Pam hits the usual argument that's made, that the 6th and 7th century Byzantine Pantocrator type Jesus images were modeled after the image of Edessa. Now, these images exist, and I mean, it's clear to me that they are modeled after the face of the Shroud of Turin. But what she doesn't say is that there is another icon, image of Jesus, that exists at this time. It is the image of God Incarnate. It exists in Constantinople, not in Edessa. That all of these images are made by Byzantines, not by Edessines. That the proliferation of these images took place at the time when the Byzantine army was moving throughout the Byzantine Empire, and they were using these labara, these military standards, on which they placed an image of the image of God Incarnate, not the image of Edessa. And so all of these images are obviously based on the image of God Incarnate and not on the image of Edessa. In fact, the very first image, which is probably the most famous image, that's the Christ Pantocrator from St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai. That's datable to around between about 547 and 560. It's in that era. And at that time, who in the world knows what the image of Edessa looks like? Likewise, the next image that comes from a church in Ravenna, and it's datable to approximately 547. The next image there is from Crimea, which was conquered not by the Edessines, but by the Byzantines, and that's datable to 550. The other images all come in the later 6th century into the 7th century. But, she'll simply refer to Pantocrator images as if they're all one and the same. They all come at the same time in the same era. And some of these images, I think particularly the last image, it's always a dating problem, but some of these images may be even after 639, which is when the Muslims conquer Edessa. And so the idea that images are being modeled on an image that's being held in Edessa after the Muslims take over the city, that's a pretty difficult argument, I think, to make convincingly. Okay, I think there is a slide. Yes, and next slide, please. So we'll go back to Professor Cameron, who Pam says is one of the greatest authorities. She doesn't mention this. This is what Cameron has said about the knowledge of the image of Edessa in the Byzantine world and in Constantinople. She says the image of Edessa, quote, remained relatively unknown in the rest of the Byzantine world until the rising temperature of the debate over images, that would have been the period between 726 and 787, brought it to the fore. So she's saying that most of the Byzantine world did not even know what the image of Edessa was until the 700s. And then she says in the late 8th or early 9th century, so that would be in the, let's say, after 787 and into the 800s, the image of Edessa was as yet unknown to Constantinople for its physical appearance or as an object to be gazed upon. It was known instead only as an important exemplum in debate. So if the Byzantines do not know what the image of Edessa looks like in the 6th and 7th century, then how in the world are they using that as the basis for making those Pantocrator images? They couldn't. And so I don't see her citing or trying to refute what Professor Cameron said about this. And again, if I spent 44 years, as Professor Cameron has, studying largely the Byzantine history and the image of Edessa, and I come to these conclusions, that's worth something. And it's not going to be put aside by somebody either ignoring it or somebody pretending as if the Byzantines knew what the image of Edessa looked like. So this is another reason why I don't think that argument about the Pantocrator images, which is one of the strongest arguments, I think, for the existence of the Shroud, I don't think that applies to the image of Edessa at all. Okay. I think we can go to the next one. Yes. Next slide.
Okay. Just before, just a quick follow-up question. So this doesn't come from Pam specifically, and you may have addressed this in the last show, but I seem to recall Ian Wilson mentions that he reference in his 2010 books some kind of, in the 6th century there was kind of a time when the image of Edessa was taken around or something. That
between what?
I thought in 6th century Ian Wilson mentioned there was a limited period of time where the Shroud was posited to be taken around, or the image of Edessa was posited to be taken around places. Am I misremembering that, or is that?
Well, the only thing that comes to my mind, yeah, he, in his 2010 book, I think he claims that there came a time in the late 600s. This is not substantiated by anything, but there was a caliph who was in charge of Edessa. There was an earthquake, I think, that occurred in Edessa. I'm remembering the year being something like 682. And it caused some damage to the church in Edessa. And therefore, he speculated that while they were making the church repairs, that the caliph, who also had charge of Jerusalem, took the image of Edessa down to Jerusalem, and somehow it was claimed by Christians in Jerusalem, and they ended up getting into a dispute with another Christian sect over who should really own this icon. And this is the famous story that comes out of the writings or the narrative of Bishop Arculf, in which the caliph ends up throwing the cloth up into the air, and instead of it landing in a fire, it lands with one of the Christian sects, and they get control of the cloth. Now, none of that makes any real sense, because the shroud, there's no evidence of the shroud ever going back to Jerusalem, and if this sect did take it over, then how in the world did it get back to Edessa or whatever? But it's, to me, it's almost a fantasy story, but it's the only time that I'm aware of where there was at least an allegation that the image of Edessa left Edessa for some period of time. Other than that, I'm not aware of it being taken around by anyone anyway.
Gotcha. All right, cool. I will bring up your slides again.
So this is the next thing that Pam has presented, and it's that Dolores, and I really want to give her credit for this, because I think she found this research by a woman named Joanne Bywater, who wrote several things on something called Dolores, an item of clothing, and that item of clothing has been connected as representative of the shroud, specifically of the shroud. And so she makes mention that the forerunner of the loris was something called a tableon, and this is a mosaic, I think, of Justinian the first, from about the year 547 from Ravenna, and he's depicted in this. If you look at under his right arm, there's kind of a rectangular cloth, and that's what the tableon looked like at that time, and that's what she has described correct as the forerunner of the loris. Go to the next slide. And so she also points out that by 692, so this is about 150 years later, there's this famous coin. It's a gold solidus coin. It shows Justinian II on the frontal portion on the left, and on the rear portion, I'm sorry, that's Jesus on the left, and on the right hand side, it shows Justinian II, and he's got a loris that's hanging over his left arm. That's it right there. Okay, so the loris is there in Constantinople in 692. So go to the next slide, please. Then she shows this loris that is worn by Constantine VII. And so this would be during his reign, which was 945 to 959. Now, this is what Pam says in that presentation. She says, Constantine is wearing the winding sheet of Jesus, meaning the shroud. And then she asks, this is at Mark 33:40 of the presentation, quote, why would they, meaning the Byzantines, do that if they didn't have it? It wouldn't make any sense if they didn't, it being the shroud. And I would agree with that. I believe that this, the fact that if the shroud, if the loris is representative of the shroud, and they are using it as an article of clothing, that clearly denotes that they had the shroud. So go to the next slide. But there we have, there we have the 692 coin again. And if you apply Pam's reasoning, then it's clear that the emperors had the shroud in 692. I mean, if that's the indicium in 949, it's the same indicium in 692. And at that time, the image of Edessa was not only in Edessa, but Edessa had been conquered by the Muslims. It had been in Muslim hands since 639. The Byzantines and the Muslims fought wars between 639 and almost up to the 692 when this coin appeared. And so this is not an indication that the emperors had the shroud in 692. And so I thought, well, maybe it's a very logical inference that I'm making from what she said. But then I did go back to see a show that she previously presented on your channel, Dale. And if you go to the next slide. So here's the link to that prior program. And here she showed the Justinian coin. And this is a quote from her. Here we have the Justinian II coin, and you can see the shroud-like face. And Justinian had his crown and his laurus, representing the winding cloth of Jesus. Now, why would the emperors wear the winding cloth of Jesus around their shoulders if they didn't have it? It doesn't make any sense. And that's at 106.05 of that presentation. And I agree with that. And she's actually saying that because Justinian II is shown wearing a laurus, that the Byzantines had the shroud at that time. But this is in 692. And they didn't have the shroud in 692, or they didn't have the image of Edessa, which he says is the shroud in 692, because that is in Muslim Edessa. So, yeah, I agree that it doesn't make sense in the sense that it would not be correct to say that they did not have it. But then again, it doesn't make any sense to say that they didn't have it in Constantinople in 692 if they're wearing a laurus at that time. Okay, next.
Just a quick, kind of a quick question. So I'm going to make both you and Pam upset with me. I'm going to play the Shroud skeptic for a moment.
Sure.
Channel my inner Hugh Ferry. But okay, so great. I see what you're doing with your argumentation here. You're kind of using Pam's own logic against the image of Edessa. Mm-hmm. But I could picture Hugh saying, "But why? Why should I?" You had a great way of if you buy the premise, you'll buy the bid or something like that. Now, Hugh why should we accept the premise? Just because they're depicting this loris, and I assume that the loris has been proven to represent the winding sheet of Jesus. Why should we assume that, oh, well, the only way they would depict that is if they actually had it? Couldn't they have depicted it without owning it or something? Or?
Yeah, again, I think it's just a logical inference that's being made. Why did the Byzantines suddenly in the 6th century start wearing the tableon, which they then developed into the loris? What would be their reasons for doing that versus the reasons that any other Christian would have for doing that? Pam doesn't mention it, but I mean, this is at the same time that when they developed the tableon and the loris, that they also developed the crux majuralis, a cross that is supposedly representing the length of Jesus' body. It's at the same time that they're doing they're making these pantocrator images that are based on the shroud face. And so if you put all the evidence together cumulatively, it makes perfect sense to me that they did all these things because they had shroud. And then they went and ultimately, a little bit later in the century, as you probably recall, they started creating relic cults in Constantinople. They did crucifixes and crucifixion portrayals. And so all these things are happening at the same time in Constantinople that are shroud related. It's not just one single item of evidence the loris. The loris fits into a pattern.
Okay, and last question on this, and then we can move on. To your knowledge, have any Shroud skeptics, such as Andrea Nicolati, have they tried to give an account for why these things show up in the 6th century that doesn't involve the Shroud? Like,
No, I don't know. I don't know of anybody that's commented on that. I might mention that, and this would support um, Pam's premise anyway, that Nicolati writes in his book that the loris is representative of Jesus' burial cloths, plural, the burial linens. I don't know why exactly he came to the conclusion it's the linens, plural, versus just the shroud, but it shows that because of texts that were written by Constantine VII, um, and things that he said about the ceremonies that they were having in Constantinople when he came to reign there, it's very obvious that the loris is connected with Jesus' burial. And it makes much more sense to me when you look at the size of it, that it's a reference to a shroud and not to some scattered linens that tied his feet or his chin or his hands.
Gotcha. All right, cool. I will bring up your slides and you said the next one. There you go.
Okay, so this is the final thing that she brings up in this first 900-year period, and she brings up the John Damascene. Now, this is what she says, and she puts on slides. She says, John Damascene was sent to Edessa to look at the image of Edessa. And then the next thing she said, John wrote his texts after seeing the image of Edessa. Now, she doesn't put a single item of proof that either of those things are true. And, when I saw that, I thought, well, maybe she had come up with something new. And so I went back and took a look at the biographies of John Damascene and wasn't able to find anything about him going to Edessa during that period of time. And then when you get to the end of her presentation on this point, this is her statement. If John Damascene went to Edessa, this suggests the image of Jesus was not in Constantinople, arguably. So she's got if, suggests, and arguably with regard to that statement. I just want to point out that, so that people are not misled, that the first two statements there, as far as I know, are not supported and are likely not true. And there's one other aspect to this that I find interesting. Way back in the day when Ian Wilson first wrote his hypothesis, John Damascene was cited for a
Hello? Hello? If you're in the audience and you're still hearing me, just leave a comment so I know if it's the problem's on my end or is it. Oh, you back, Jack?
I'm back. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You froze for the longest time. I don't know if that was on my end or.
Where was I at when I froze?
So you're at the slide about if John Damascene.
Oh.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. What I was saying after that was that John Damascene and his writings are usually quoted, and I think Ian Wilson quoted them back in the day when they first developed the hypothesis. He has a writing in which he describes Jesus leaving his facial image on a himation. And a himation is and was a cloth that was used by the Greeks as a toga. So it was a large cloth. So it was always kind of cited for the idea that, there's some knowledge that that there is a shroud and that there's an image on the shroud, which I always also found self-contradictory for people who were advocating for this hypothesis, because if that was known by John Damascene back in about the year 730 or so, then why is it that the hypothesis says that the body image was not discovered until the 11th or 12th century? If John Damascene knew there was a body image, which he doesn't mention, but through his mention of a large cloth, that there is a large cloth, then why is that not mentioned for the next, say, 400 years? So I think, again, it's one of those what I would call self-defeaters, that it's not information that is helpful, really, for that hypothesis. I think it's something that leads you to the conclusion that the hypothesis is wrong. Now, in the last thing that Pam said here, I think this is really why she's doing it. I didn't get it at first because the argument seemed so weak for the image of Edessa, but I think this is the point she's trying to make. If John Damascene went to Edessa, that's if he went to Edessa, this suggests the image of the Jesus was not in Constantinople. So I think that she's really trying to put in a counter argument to the image of God Incarnate argument. And it all hinges on if John Damascene went to Edessa or if he didn't. Now, if John did see an image of Jesus somewhere, if you're going to take something that he said and said that suggests that he sees it somewhere, he could have easily gone to Constantinople. I mean, they did not start iconoclasm until about 4 years before John did his writings. And so he may have seen the image of Jesus in Constantinople before they put all the images away. And in addition, he was a fairly high-ranking church official, and there's evidence that even when iconoclasm was underway, the emperors were permitting high officials to still come in and see the image of God Incarnate. How do we know that? Because when you get to the 741, where Constantinople has these continuous earthquakes, and the iconoclastic emperor Constantine V agrees to lock up the image of God Incarnate, he concludes, and the vision that he saw or another Byzantine saw indicates that it was because they were still showing this image. This is why it had to be locked away. So I don't think this is really a proof of anything. And I consider it misleading to put out there that John Damascene was sent to Edessa and that he wrote these texts after he went to Edessa, and there being no historical sources that are cited, and I don't think they exist, that would indicate that John Damascene went to Edessa at any time. Okay, I think that we've kind of covered this. The next few slides are to summarize what Pam put in this period, and rather than to repeat them and take the time, I think we can just skip by these, and let's see where that takes us. Okay, so it brings us to where we thought we were going to start, and that is that the image of Edessa hypothesis for the 10th century, from 900 to 1000. And where you have to start with here is, and I call it the key question, but what did the image of Edessa look like in the year 900, based on everything we know up until this time? We have a couple of descriptions. If you go to the Doctrine of Addai, it was a facial portrait of a living Jesus painted in choice colors. That's what that says. That's a Syriac legend. If you go to 553, Evagrius, the historian, who he supposedly puts it in his account of the siege of Edessa in 544, but many scholars believe this to be an interpolation from the 8th century. But he says that it was an image not made of human hands. It was a Kyriakoakis. There is the text that I cited before, a Syriac text, which says that when the image of Edessa was put up in a pawn as a pledge for money borrowed by a very wealthy Muslim, he didn't want to return it to them when they wanted to redeem it. And he was able to have a painter convincingly duplicate the image of Edessa as it was at that time. So convincingly, the Christians took it as being the object that they had placed in pawn. So that certainly sounds like, again, it's a painting on wood. It's not the Akira Huatas image we know with the shroud. In 630, we have the Acts of Thaddeus reference to the legend changing so that the image is now on cloth, and they use the term tetradiplon. And so the bottom line is that's all that we're told about the image of Edessa. We really don't know that much about it. What we do know is very conflicting. So we have to come down and say, well, it was certainly thought to be a not made by hands facial image of a living Jesus. That's what we have from all these stories. Even the tetradiplon story is still about Jesus making that image while he was alive and by washing his face. So we kind of start out from there. And then if you want to just stick with the hypothesis, which is really what we're dealing with, this is what Ian Wilson essentially says that the image of Edessa looks like in the year 900. This is the way that it was constructed, with a frame, nails to either side of it, a trellis overlay. It appears in a cameo. So it's a rigid object. And if you do the folding pattern that produces this face, you're left with a width of about 43 inches, which is about 3.5 feet wide. And it's about 24 inches or almost 2 feet high. It's, it's a considerable object. It's not like a cloth that you would be able to further fold up. And it's his contention that this is what continued to be in effect even after it got to Constantinople. Okay, if we go to the next slide. So it's important to know at least the basics of what happens between 900 and 944 when the Edessa icon is brought to Constantinople. In 913, Constantine VII, who was only 8 years old at that time, becomes the emperor. He's got various regents for several years. And then along comes Romanos, and he is a military man. He was in the Navy. And he forcibly comes into Constantinople and becomes regent for Constantine. In the following year, he usurps the throne and he becomes the emperor. He's got 4 sons, and the eldest son he designates to be his heir. But by 931, the eldest son has died. His name was Christopher. And now there are 3 junior emperors. That would be his two of his younger sons, and Constantine VII. And then Constantine himself has a son. He's married the daughter of Romanus, and they name their son Romanus. And then in 944, the Edessa icon is brought to Constantinople. So next slide, please. So what do we know about Romanos? He's Romanos Elekopenos I. He was an Armenian military commander. He forcibly seized the Byzantine throne. He immediately exiled Constantine's mother, who had been serving as his regent. He arrested and blinded his chief political rival. He then bribed his Muslim enemies to keep them from attacking. And then his 4th son, the one that was not a co-emperor, his name was Theophylactus. He appoints him to be patriarch of the church of Constantinople. And from all this, you can see that Romanos is pragmatic. He does things that are, he's highly political. He does things that are pragmatic. He has no problem with being ruthless. He can exile and arrest and blind and bribe other people. And so therefore, and because he appoints his son to essentially run the church, he's not a pious person. He's not looking for the most holy person to run the church in Constantinople. He wants his son to run that so that he can maintain control of the church as well. And all through this time, he's considered by the Byzantines to be a usurper. They know that he is not in the line of succession, but his son-in-law, Constantine VII, is the proper emperor, and his nickname means born of the purple because he was the rightful heir and he was born in the throne room of the Byzantine royalty. Now, what was the view then at this time? You can take that slide down. What was the view of the Byzantines towards the image of Edessa? What did they know in about the year, say, 940? They knew that it was an allegedly not made by hands icon of the face of Jesus. And they knew that from Evagrius, and they knew that from the Acts of Thaddeus. And they knew also that it was an allegedly powerful palladium. Again, that came from Evagrius and his saying that they had taken out the icon and defeated the Persians with that.
Sorry, John, did you tell me to take down the slides or to go to the next one? I thought you said
we're okay here. If you would go now to the next slide, I think. Should be number 39, I think. Right. So at this point, Romanos gets the idea to obtain the image of Edessa. And Ian Wilson says in his earliest book that this is why Romanos wanted to obtain the image of Edessa. Quote, recently, meaning in 941, Constantinople had narrowly escaped devastation by a band of marauding Russians when Romanos's army and navy were operating elsewhere. An uneducated and superstitious sailor, Romanos was bright enough to see that the addition of a new powerful source of divine protection for Constantinople was bound to be regarded with gratitude by the city's superstitious inhabitants. So Wilson identifies his reasons for trying to get the image of Edessa is to get a palladium. That's the first thing, because Constantinople is continuing to be attacked from all sides at this time. And he wants to be appreciated by the city's inhabitants because he's hanging on kind of by a thread. He's not hanging on because of popular acclaim. He's a usurper. The people really want to put Constantine on the throne. And so if he can bring this fabulous cloth to Edessa and install it as a palladium, this will help Romanus and his popularity. Next slide. Now this is from Wikipedia, also talking about Romanus's goals. It says the capture of the Mandylion would provide the Lecapenos regime with an enormous boost in popularity and legitimacy. And so notice that both with Wilson and in Wikipedia, and the general overall view is that Romanos is not trying to acquire a holy relic for veneration. And that's an important point that will be, become obvious shortly when we look at what transpires after this. And the proof is in the pudding here in terms of what happened um, after the image of Edessa was brought to Constantinople. There's no reference to Romanus ever having viewed, let alone venerated, the icon. When it came to Constantinople, as we'll see, it was not put on public display for veneration. And the very first full day that it was in Constantinople, by that evening, it was, quote, this is written by Constantine, who was a co-emperor, it was consecrated and placed on the right of the Pharaoh's chapel toward the east for the glory of the faithful, the safety of the emperors, and the security of the whole city, together with the Christian community. That's from the Narratio. And for the next 2.5 centuries, this icon remained in its case, which was then hung by silver chains from the ceiling of the Pharaoh's chapel. It was never exposed, at least it's never reported as having been exposed, for public veneration. So again, I'll come back to this in terms of contesting a point which Pam makes later in her presentation. But this is clearly was done for Romanus's political benefit, political survival, and not because he thought it was a holy relic and he wanted to bring it to Constantinople so that the people could venerate it. Okay, the next slide, please. Now, these are the texts from the 10th century. And quite frankly, I don't think they've gotten the attention that they deserve. I'm willing to bet that most people who have considered the history of the Shroud have not read all of these texts, and that they kind of have taken as true whatever they have been told about them. But just briefly, there was something called the Life and Times of Ali ibn Isa. It was Ali ibn Isa was a vizier, which was a Muslim potentate of sorts in this era of about 944. And he wrote, and his writings were translated by Harold Bowen in a book in 1928. And that is Ian Wilson's primary source. His primary source that he uses for how the image of Edessa was appropriated comes from this Muslim source. Then there is this Narratio. Oops, back to the other one.
Sorry, just a quick question on
Sure.
this Muslim text. Now, do you know when the Ali ibn Isa text that we have actually dates from? Like, do we have?
Yeah, Ali. What Ali ends up writing about, kind of jumping ahead here a bit, but as you know, the story that Wilson relates is that a Byzantine general besieged Edessa and demanded the image of Edessa, and the emir didn't know what to do. The emir being the ruler of the city of Edessa, and so he contacted the caliph in Baghdad, and Ali ibn Isa is a vizier in that court, and so he's writing contemporarily with the events that are happening, as I understand it.
Okay, and do we have the text actually dating to that time in manuscripts, or are the manuscripts later?
I do not know. In fact, I have never read either Bowen's book or the original text. My source for what it said is Ian Wilson, who used this and footnoted to this for his account of what happened.
Yeah, I just asked because if the earliest surviving copy we have of this is from 1928, there's a lot of time there. So that's the only reason.
Oh no, that 1928 date is the date that Harold Bowen wrote his book about this.
Gotcha.
Harold Bowen wrote a book in English. What his sources were, what that manuscript is could have been from 944 or 1455 or what have you. I don't know how old the manuscript was that he looked at.
All right, cool. Thanks a lot. Back to your slide.
Okay. So the next text is the Narratio di Imagine Edessa. That is referred to usually as the Narratio. This is written by Constantine the Seventh after he becomes emperor in January of 945. It's usually believed that it was delivered. It was first spoken about publicly on the anniversary of when the Shroud was, or when the Image of Edessa was brought to Constantinople, August 16th of 945. The third text is the Sermon of Gregory Referendarius. That is usually ascribed to 944, actually August 16th of 944. And it probably is datable to around that time or shortly thereafter. Then there is the Chronicle of Simeon Metaphrastes. He's a Byzantine, but he does his writing about 30 years after the events actually took place. And so he's not a witness to the events. And we'll talk about his book when we get to there, but that's in 975. And then we get to the history, Byzantine history by John Scalitzes. Now he is writing about 130 years after the events when he's writing his text, and he's using as his source some of these materials, but also other Byzantine materials. Now, it's my view that it's the content of these texts that's really make or break for the Image of Edessa hypothesis, because as I reviewed it, nobody really knows exactly what the Image of Edessa looked like in the year 900 or leading up to the time that it was taken to Constantinople in 944. It's simply a not made by hand spatial image. That doesn't sound like the Shroud, as the Shroud really exists with a body image, etc. And when we get past the 10th century, from the 10th to the 13th century, when the Crusaders showed up, there's still no descriptions of the Image of Edessa, which becomes known as the Mandylion. So if you're going to find anything, it's going to have to be in these texts, which deal with two events, really. The first event is the Image of Edessa being expropriated in Edessa by the Byzantines, and then the treatment of the Image of Edessa once it gets to Constantinople. If you don't get beyond where you are before and after these texts, I don't think you prove the case for the Image of Edessa being the Shroud. It's either here or it's not. And so I think it's important that we review these texts. And I think I'm going to come out with a few new things that generally have not been previously known that should help people make a better judgment of them. Okay, so the three texts that are here that relate to the expropriation of the icon in Edessa are going to be the Ali ibn Isa, the Narratio, and the synopsis of John Scalitzes. The other two do not pertain to the expropriation of the image. Now, the Ali ibn Isa text is there's actually three versions of what went on in Edessa, and I'll bet you almost anything that there are very, very few syndologists who know that there's more than one version of what happened. Most syndologists, including myself for many years, believe that what Ian Wilson said was the only version of what transpired, and so that's what happened. But as I said, he used the Bowen book and the Ali ibn Isa as his principle source for this. And he says in 1978, he said that in 943, Emperor Romanos sent John Kerkuis, he's the very famous and able Byzantine general, on a, quote, bizarre mission, unquote. That's the way that Wilson put it. It was a bizarre mission to acquire the icon. And I think that Wilson did not get bizarre mission from Ali ibn Isa or anywhere else. I think that was his way of indicating that this was a very purposeful mission, because it was a very valuable relic that the Byzantines were seeking to acquire. What is historically wrong about that is that John Kerkuis had actually been in the Mesopotamia area in the east campaigning since 926. He had been out there for 17 years already before this incident involving the Image of Edessa took place. He had been very successful. He had conquered a lot of cities, but he was called back because in 941, which I made reference to, there was a very serious attack on Constantinople by Russians, and the main army was gone with Kerkuis, and the navy was gone doing something else. And Constantinople would have been conquered at that time, except that there was a high official. His name was Theophanes, and he went out and used a bunch of ragtag boats that Constantinople still had. They weren't out sailing with the navy, and he employed this weapon called Greek fire. And by using Greek fire, he was able to burn up, I think it was over 1,000 Viking ships, which had been used to try to attack Constantinople. Well, the emperor tried to get John Kerkuis back there, and he traveled back. I think he almost reached Constantinople before he was told that the situation was no longer a perilous one. And so he turned around and he went back to renew this Mesopotamian campaign, and he started in Aleppo, and then he kept moving on, and he eventually got to Edessa. So just in historical context, this does not appear to be like a bizarre mission, single-minded to go get the image of Edessa. It's probably that they sent the general out there, Romanus sent the general out there and said, if you ever get the opportunity to acquire, if you end up attacking Edessa and you get the opportunity to acquire the image of Edessa, I would like you to do so. And he may have given him the terms of what the emperor would accept or pay in order to obtain the cloth. Now, what happened, according to Wilson, is that Kerkuis besieged the city, and at some point in the siege, he and the emir agreed to a deal, and the deal was that the Byzantines promised to assure Edessa's safety, not attack it again. They paid 12,000 pieces of silver. And to give you an idea of what that was worth, at least in terms of my research, it was probably something in the neighborhood of what we would call today $120,000 to $200,000. So it was a goodly sum, but it was certainly something that the emperors of Byzantium could easily afford. And they had taken Muslim prisoners in this campaign that had been going on for all these years, and they agreed to release 200 prisoners. And for that, he wanted not only the Edessa icon, the image of Edessa, but he also wanted the letter of Jesus. Now, again, according to Wilson and the text he uses, there were 3 icons that were produced. And Kerkuis was confused. He didn't know which of these icons was the real image of Edessa. So he sent for a bishop of a neighboring city of Samosata. His name was Abramius, And Abramius seems to have been familiar with the images that they had and knew that the real image that I guess he had seen at one time was held by the Melkites sect, that was the Orthodox sect. And he was able to identify it, and he chose the Melkite image. And that's how the story ends, because after he does that, the image is then transported to Constantinople. So if you go to the next slide, what I find odd about the story is that this is the Shroud of Turin in positive on the right-hand side, and it is something that you look at it, you could understand people saying that it was not made by human hands. It's a clear hypothesis. If you take a look at the image on the left, that's an image that's made a few years later, supposedly, of the image of Edessa after it reaches Constantinople. And you can clearly see that, you know, the image on the left is some kind of artistic painted image. It's not a Hypothesis. So why the confusion? Why is John Prochorus and company, who's ever accompanying him, why is he unable to make out what the true image of Edessa is, if it really is the Shroud? That's confusing. Next image, next slide. And remember, this is what Wilson says that it looks like. So if that is the image of Edessa, and you're going to be presented by that and a couple of other cloths, and you see that this image is framed, nailed, trellised, and has this Hypothesis-looking face on it, why wouldn't it be instantly recognizable to you as the image that you're looking for, when the other two can be no better than paintings done by some Edessines, say in the last couple of 100 years? And as we'll find out, when the Shroud did, when the image of Edessa did go to Constantinople, according to Constantine, the co-emperor at that time, he says that it's affixed to a board, so that would make it rigid like this in some way, and that it's also inscribed, it has gold, and the gold is also inscribed with the words, "Christ God, whoever hopes in you, you will never be left down." I mean, that's a very distinguishable image if we're really dealing with what Wilson says was the hypothetical image of Edessa at that time. And so I really think that this version of what happened in Constantinople is not a version that is favorable to the hypothesis. It just does not make sense to me, anyway, that there would be all this confusion about which of the images was the Hypothesis image of Edessa. And the Byzantines definitely know that's a Hypothesis. That's why they're interested in it in the first place. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. Okay. I'm sorry, just take that slide down for the moment. It's going to confuse things a little bit. Okay. Yeah, good. That's good. So anyway, the conclusion that I would reach is that because Prochorus and his band could not perceive that any of the three proffered items was a Hypothesis, they must have all appeared to have been made by first millennial Edessines. And none of them look like either the image of the Shroud or Wilson's hypothecated device, the image in that device. Now, there's a second version, and this is from the Narratio. Now, keep in mind that this version is written by Constantine. By the time he's writing it, he's the emperor. But when these events were going on in 944, he was a co-emperor, and a junior co-emperor. Romanus was in charge, but he should know everything that is going on. And it's very strange to me that Wilson never mentions this version, because he uses the narratio for lots of things. I mean, the whole legend about the shroud being put, or the image being put in the wall and being found later on, and the things that the legend recites, they form a part of the hypothesis. But when it came to expropriating the shroud in Edessa, this version by Constantine is not mentioned. And this is what Constantine says: that for a while, the Emperor Romanus had been making an offer to the Emir of Edessa of 12,000 silver coins and 200 prisoners in return for the image and the letter of Jesus to Abgar. But the Emir was just ignoring these offers, because every time he brought it up with the people in Edessa who were Christian, they said they would revolt if they ever did that. So he just did not snatch at the bait here. And according to Constantine, however, one fine day, for no reason stated, the emperor gets a communication from the emir, who says that I'll accept this deal if we can just expand it a little bit. Besides the money and the prisoners, I want you to guarantee the safety of Edessa and 3 other Muslim cities. And it just so happens, as luck would have it, or fate would have it, that when this offer came in, visiting the emperor at that time was Abramius, the bishop of Samosata. And Romanus decides to take this offer. And so he sends Romanus out to Edessa to accept this counteroffer that the emir made, and take possession of the icon and take possession of the letter. And both the emperor and Abramius were concerned that the Edessines and or the emir were going to get tricky and try to fob off some other image, because it was known that there was another image that was made centuries before for Chosroes, the Byzantine emperor, something that, not the Persian emperor, something to try to fool him when he asked for the image to help cure his daughter. And there was an image held by the Nestorian sect. But apparently Abramius said, well, I know what the image looks like, so I'll go out there and make sure that it's the correct image. And he does. And then they tried to fob off these other images to him, but he recognizes immediately that they are not the image that he's familiar with, and therefore they finally bring out the Melkite image of Edessa, and he accepts that. Now, what's interesting about Constantine's version of this, there's not a reference to John Prochorus. There's no reference to Romanus sending him on any kind of a mission, bizarre or not, and that the image, therefore, is obtained by diplomacy. Not by any military threat or action. Romanus made a monetary type deal, and the emir accepted it, and it didn't involve the Byzantines having to select from among images, because Abramius was sent out there in the very first instance to get it. So it's a different version of the legend. It makes you wonder whether the legend used by, or the story used by Wilson is correct, and that does seem like it makes a lot more sense. But then why is Constantine sanitizing it in this way? And now we'll get to the third version. That's the next slide. And so we get to Scalitzes, and as I said, he's writing about 140 years or so after the events. He's doing a Byzantine history. And when he gets to this exchange, no doubt that he is aware of what Constantine has said, but he's seeing other sources that say that the military was involved in some way, which makes perfect sense. But this is what he says. The city of Edessa was besieged by Roman forces. And when the people of Edessa were oppressed by the privations of the siege, they sent a delegation to the emperor asking for the siege to be lifted and promising to hand over the sacred mandilion of Christ as a ransom. This offer was accepted and the siege was lifted. So what you have here is Scalitsi's trying to reconcile the Muslim and Byzantine versions. And now John Porcaris is out there and he's besieged Edessa, but there's no indication he ever made a demand for the icon, that the icon wasn't a part of this to begin with. Romanus didn't want it. He didn't send Porcaris out there. There's no bizarre mission. What happens is that the people, which, at this time, it's not just Christians, it's Christians and Muslims alike, but the people that are suffering from the siege, they send a delegation, not to Porcaris, but directly to the emperor, and they ask for the siege to be lifted, and they promise to hand over the mandilion as a ransom. And so it's their idea, or it's the emir's idea, but it's not Romanus's idea. And consistent with what Constantine said, no military force was actually brought to bear simply to obtain the icon. The military force was brought to bear because Porcaris was out in Mesopotamia conquering all these cities at some time. And also, like Constantine's version, you don't have any Byzantine involved in selecting the icon. It doesn't say how that came to be. But I will say that this version, where a delegation goes to the emperor, it could then be that if that did happen, that's how the offer came in to Romanus, and he did have a Brahmius there, and he sent him out to select the icon and to make the deal. But anyway, there's three versions. They're all different. And just the fact that they exist, even on the Byzantine, and the two Byzantine versions are quite different from the Muslim version. One has to wonder whether the version which Wilson selected, which makes it look like there was a high priority for the Byzantines to obtain the image of Edessa, and they sent an army to go get it, whether that's maybe overstated. And yet that's the version that most Syndonologists are aware of. Okay, next slide. So the recap, what do we get out of these three texts? The image of Edessa that was appropriated is not described. So we still don't know what it looks like. We have no idea of what its appearance is, and that the Muslim version does imply, it can be inferred from that version, that it was an undistinguishable icon, and therefore it was not the shroud, and it was not Wilson's hypothecated device. It does raise that question, and that kind of survives. Now, there are four texts that relate to the arrival, treatment, and disposition of the image of Edessa once it gets to Constantinople. Taking them in order, there's the Sermon of Gregory Referendarius, the Narratio, the Chronicle of Simeon Metaphrastes, and the Synopsis of John Scalitsi's. And I would just like to mention here, for those of you who are not aware, a very, very important book regarding these texts is the one written by Mark Duskin, published in 2009. It's called The Image of Edessa. And what he did is he actually has the Greek text of both the Narratio and the Sermon of Gregory Referendarius translated in this book. And so they have content that I'm sure most people do not know of and do not understand it. And it's content that's been very selectively chosen to prove points along the way. I hope to, take a little bit more of the content to put it in context and to give it some meaning. So the first text we'll talk about is the Sermon of Gregory Referendarius. The claim is, you can leave that there. The claim is that this is written on the evening of August 16th, that the Image of Edessa arrives on August 15th in the evening. It's shown to the emperors, all the emperors, not the image itself, but the case in which it's located. It's taken back to the palace, and then the following day, it's paraded through Constantinople, again in its box. It's not taken out of its box. And then, presumably, Gregory Referendarius stands up before a congregation and he gives this sermon. I am not sure about the timing of this. If you look at the sermon, it doesn't say when it's delivered. It has a lot of flourish to it, and it starts out with, "Oh, all the people are excited about what's happened, and the image has been brought into the town." And so it certainly sounds a little bit contemporaneous, but this is not necessarily delivered on August 16th, maybe not even the next week or so, but it's probably from 944. Now, the Gregory gives a description of the image. He makes it clear that it's a facial image. He says in part that the radiance of the face is not depicted with the techniques of painting. He goes through the parts of the face to say that, there's not colors used to show what the ears are, or the eyes, or the chin. But it's very important to note, because of the claim that ends up being made about this, that he does not mention a neck, shoulders, chest, sides. He also doesn't mention that the image is a landscape portrait, that it has any folds, that it's attached to a board, that it's nailed to the board or pinned to the board. He doesn't mention the presence of any gold or any writing on the gold, and he doesn't mention any trellis work. So in short, he describes neither a body image nor the hypothecated device that Wilson has come up with. He doesn't even describe fully the image that, as we'll see, Constantine describes the following year in the Narratio. Okay, then this slide is pertinent here. Gregory moves on to say, how was the image formed? So he says it's not been painted. The radiance is not depicted with the art of painting. And the cloth was made by the simple touching to the face of Christ. So it's a cura poetis, it's a miracle image that's used. And what he does is he does not mention what the pending legend was at that time, which was the legend in the Acts of Thaddeus, in which Jesus washes and dries his face. He says that in his agony, Jesus wiped onto a linen cloth sweat running down his face like drops of blood. And I think it's very important to notice the words that he used. It was formed by sweat. It's just that the sweat was running down his face like drops of blood would run down the face. He's not saying that it was formed by blood, and he's not saying it was drops of blood. He's just saying it was formed by sweat, and the sweat was running as drops of blood would run. So the next thing that Gregory ends up telling us is the story.
Just at that point, I have a question, because I know fellow pro-Shroud expert really thinks that this sermon of Gregory Referendarius is the best evidence. So you've had conversations with Teddy Pappas. What's her take on this? Because doesn't she say, well, it can be argued that these are blood clots or something rather than...
Well, if we could just hold that for a few minutes, because that's all in this controversial paragraph 22, and I'm not quite to that yet.
Okay, I will shut up and go back to the slides.
No, it's no problem, but I promise to get there, and that is very important. So let me see the next slide. Okay. Yeah, you could leave that up there for now. So Gregory also says that some unnamed people, and maybe including himself, went to Edessa recently and found some Syriac texts, and they read the Syriac texts, and he now expands the typical Abgar legend. If you remember the Abgar legend about Thaddeus coming into the throne room with Abgar, it's fairly simple, and Abgar sees an image on Thaddeus's face and proclaims his faith in Jesus, and he's cured. But Gregory actually gives some dialogue for this, and he says, Thaddeus says to Abgar, I have put the image on my face. This is the radiance of the face you were seeking. It is honoring the top part of my body, for the most beautiful part is the face, not that which is below the armpits. I attribute the light shining out, not to my own face, but rather to the face of the one on the cloth. So, very clear that he's only describing a facial image, and he's even saying that the image has nothing to do with anything other than the beautiful part of the body, the face, and it has nothing to do with what is below the armpits. So he's completely discounting anything that would show below the armpits on this image. Now, the problem is that if you take a look at Eusebius and the Doctrine of Addai and the Gregory sermon, every one of the accounts about the appearance of Thaddeus before Abgar says that the image was placed on his face. Now, if this image of Edessa that they're talking about, that came to Edessa, came to Constantinople in 944, is this hypothecated device, this rigid 3.5 foot by 2 foot device, how is that put on the face of Thaddeus? I don't know. I guess he could hold it up in front of him in some way, but that's not what all three of these texts say, where the image was placed on his face. So I think this, again, is more evidence of the fact that this hypothecated device just does not work in terms of the texts of the 10th century. Now, the next question is, did Gregory, through his writings, did he ever view the image? Did he actually see the image? In the text, he does not say that he saw the image. He says it's a grand thing for us in Constantinople to have this image, and then he starts talking about the image and its background. He never says specifically that he sees the image, and he wouldn't have had to see the image to give the description that he gave, because what he's saying about it, that Secura Quatis, of course, that is in the legend itself. About the closest thing that you could come to this is that he does introduce the story about the image being formed by sweat dropping like blood in the garden or during the agony of Jesus, which seems to indicate that he might then have seen blood, although he says it just fell like drops of blood. But that's the only thing new that he introduces to the story. So whether you're going to call it wash water or you're going to call it sweat, in either event, you're dealing with clear water and you're dealing with moisture. I'm not sure that Gregory actually saw the image. And when we get to the Narashio and I go through the procedure when they brought it into the city, you'll see that he wasn't really a part of a viewing of the image. And again, I think if he had seen what Constantine said he saw, and that is an image attached to a board and covered with gold and having writing on it, you would think that he would have mentioned that, because that would have really been a flourish to the sermon that he was delivering. And here's something that I don't think's ever been raised in connection with this text. I think this is new that I'm bringing it in now. And that is, you never hear anybody talking about Gregory's objectivity. You know, who is Gregory? He's an archdeacon, and he has a title of referendarius. And a referendarius is a go-between the emperor and the patriarch, so that they can coordinate their activities between state and church. And so he's definitely serving immediately at the pleasure of the patriarch, and ultimately serving at the pleasure of the emperor. Now, Emperor Romanus, as I said, he was a usurper, and he clearly wanted to receive some popular acclaim for bringing an awesome relic to Constantinople. So he wants, what Gregory is doing here is helpful to that goal. What most people really don't know is that I mentioned this before, the youngest, the fourth son of Romanus, was appointed to be the Patriarch of Constantinople in 933, and he continued to serve in that capacity for about 23 years, I think. And so that is Romanus' son. He certainly wants to accomplish the same goals for his father. He wants his father to be popular. He doesn't want his father to be under the threat of being turned out by the people. And I can tell you that, you know, the historical story is only a few months after these events, Romanus was actually kicked out of office by his two sons. And then the people kicked the two sons out of office and put Constantine in power. So their rule was hanging by a thread when these events happened. And so as referendarius, Gregory was almost duty bound to assist both the patriarch and the emperor in achieving their goals. And I think that's something that no one's talked about. I don't know if anybody has realized the relationship of the patriarch to the emperor at that time, the father-son relationship, and that Gregory was working for and directly under the supervision of the patriarch. And you just have to take into account what he has written and how much truth you want to ascribe to what he has written. So now we're going to get to what you had mentioned, Dale, and that is the portion of the sermon that relates to this so-called side wound claim that's been put out there. You could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so what happened was that I think it was in around 1988, an Italian synodologist, his name was Zanotti. He was kind of known for going into the secret Vatican archives and finding things, and he found the Gregory sermon. He wasn't the original discoverer of it. Somebody had found it, I think, back in around 1911, but had not made any kind of issue out of it. So Zanotti gets the Gregory sermon, it's news, and in the next 8 or 9 years, he takes it to, I think his name is André Marie or Maria Dubarre. He's a priest in France. And he ends up having a translation of paragraph 22. This is paragraph 22 of the sermon. And this is what Gregory says. This is Dubarrel's translation. This reflection, meaning the image, has been imprinted only by the sweat from the face. I want to emphasize that because we're going to get to a claim that there's a side wound, which means that there was a body image, and you can see the body image. But how could the body image be imprinted by the sweat from the face? Just think about that much of it. You would think the body image would have to be imprinted by sweat from the body. But it's the face of Jesus. It fell like drops of blood, and by the finger of God, for these are the beauties that have made up the true imprint of Christ. Now here's the controversial portion. Dubarre says, since the drops fell, it, meaning the cloth, was embellished by drops of blood from his own side. Both are highly instructive, blood and water there, that is, on the side, blood and water, here on the face, sweat and image. O equality of happening, since both have their origin in the same person, that would be Jesus. So what transpired was that next slide. And I was around for all this. I watched it happen. It was happening. Ian Wilson puts out a book in 1998. I remember buying this book at the airport when I was on my way to Turin for the exhibition and Shroud conference in 98. And I'm reading through the book, and I get to this portion, and Ian Wilson I did not know about this discovery. I didn't know about Dubarrel's translation. Ian Wilson is pushing it forward in this book, and this is what Wilson says in his 98 book, quote, in other words, according to Gregory, who had seen it for himself. Now let's just stop there for a minute. As I've just shown you, there's no direct evidence that he saw it for himself. He may have, you could make an argument, but this is the kind of overstatement that is constantly made. But anyway, according to Gregory, who had seen it for himself, the Edessa cloth imprint included, in addition to watery blood on the face, and he does not say that there is watery blood on the face. He says, the image was formed by sweat that dripped like blood. This is Wilson making it watery blood on the face. So in addition to that, there's a stain from the lance wound in Jesus' side. In all logic, the stain could only have become transferred on the cross after Jesus had been brought down dead from the cross. Hence, and even through Gregory back in the 10th century, even though Gregory back in the 10th century declined to pursue this further, since to do so he would have had to deny tradition, this cloth had to be Jesus' burial shroud. Well, nobody knows why, if Gregory noticed this, he didn't pursue it further. This is Ian Wilson giving you his reasons that he would have had to deny tradition. He has no idea why he would have done that if he did it. But he comes to the conclusion that this cloth had to be Jesus' burial shroud. And I will tell you, if that was the translation, that would be extremely strong evidence. When I got to Turin, everybody was talking about this. And they were talking about it, at the conference and at the exhibition. And at the time, I thought it was the most important discovery that I had ever come across in syndenology. Next slide, please. Now, a period of 6 years later, Mark Guskin writes onto the Shroud of Turin website. And I think it's important that we at least realize this. He is writing to syndenologists and mainly to authenticist syndenologists. And he, is an excellent linguist. So he looked at Dubarrel's translation. I think he made a couple of very minor adjustments to it, nothing substantive. And he tells the world of syndenology in 2004, he almost picks up from Wilson, Gregory's lack of inquisitive spirit about the origin of the image and the side wound is most frustrating. So he's attributing to Gregory that Gregory didn't make a big deal out of this because he doesn't have an inquisitive spirit. Wilson wants to say he didn't do it because there was a tradition that was going to be done. Yet, no matter what he did or not think about the origin of blood from the side, one thing is clear. According to this sermon, the image of Edessa had a blood stain from the wound inflicted on Christ's side and therefore contained a full body image. And listen to this: no amount of contrived pseudo translations or explanations can get away from this simple fact. I mean, could it be any more clear than that? And again, from 2004, once Guskin confirmed this, for the next several years, this was the item of proof that was celebrated in syndenology. I mean, by the likes of myself and Ian Wilson and Dan Scavone and Mark Guskin and Kim Dreisbach and everybody who was active, particularly in the historical aspects of syndenology at that time. So now, next slide. So this gets us to Pam in her presentation of 3 weeks ago. This is what she does on the Gregory sermon. I've got the timestamps here for anybody who wants to check it out. She quotes the translation and the interpretation of paragraph 22 that were rendered by Dubarre in 97 and confirmed by Guskin in 2004. And she says, quote, "This is what's written immediately after its, the icon's, arrival in Constantinople," unquote. And then, quote, "He," meaning Gregory, "is also saying that it contained the wound to Christ's side, so it is not just a face either," unquote. So that's the last she speaks on the subject, by the way, in this presentation. So what is her representation and what is her position? Paragraph 22 confirms that the image of Edessa displayed a bloody wound to Jesus' side. That would be in accordance with John's Gospel, thereby definitively identifying this icon as the Shroud of Turin and confirming and validating the image of Edessa hypothesis. That's the representation she's making. And by the way, that's the representation that I would have made in 2004 on the basis of that translation which she showed. I'm not doubting that, but that's the information that she imparted. Next slide. Here's what she doesn't mention. In 2007, Mark Guskin, again, he writes to the Shroud of Turin website to his fellow syndenologists, and now he says this: "Further consideration and consultation about the Greek text of the sermon attributed to Gregory, Referendaries, has led me to reconsider my original position about the supposed reference to the side wound. I now think this interpretation cannot be defended either from the Greek text or from the internal logic of the text. If the image had indeed been embellished with blood from Christ's side, this could only have taken place after his death on the cross, whereas Gregory's text clearly states that the image was formed before the crucifixion, and the resulting contradictions are excessive even for a Byzantine mentality." So he's completely repudiating what he said before. And in fact, the logic that he has here, if anybody, including myself, I think, had been thinking about what the translation was in 2004, this logic should have been apparent. How could there be almost a double image on the cloth? There'd have to be the cloth, the facial image from wiping the face in the garden, according to what Gregory says, and then a second impression that could only be made after Jesus died on the cross. And so, next slide. Guskin says, the structure of the text refers back to the body of Christ, not to the image. The thrust of the text is that the sweat of agony, like drops of blood, adorned the image, just like blood, from its side adorned, I put in had adorned, the body from which the sweat had dripped, i.e., two different events at two different times, unquote. Okay, so in other words, Dubarrel's translation was bogus on this point. His confirmation of it was bogus on this point, and he recognized the error and he corrected for it. And this is just something that's more of an annoyance to me, because again, this is being put in the Shroud of Turin website. This is like a rah-rah for the syndenology. You know, it's not academic at this point, as far as I'm concerned. It says, this in no way affects the interpretation of the other numerous texts that do indeed suggest the image of Edessa and the Shroud of Turin are one and the same. So it's a plug for the hypothesis, for Wilson's hypothesis. I don't think anybody would think that this has anything to do with the other texts, but it's a reminder that, hey, if you've lost faith in this, there are other texts that, and so this is, to me, this is more PR than it is an academic observation. Next, please. So 2 years later, Mark Guskin is writing a book. Now, in this case, he's not dealing with a syndenology audience. His book is going to be published by Brill, which is one of the premier academic book publishers. And by this time, I'm pretty sure that he had decided he was going to try to get his PhD in history. And so he needs for this audience to be extremely careful about what he is saying. So when he gets to the translation, this is the way that he does the translation. I won't repeat the first part of it because it's the same, hasn't been changed. But the second part of it, he has now changed it to say, because that from which they drip, meaning Jesus' body, was also embellished by drops of blood, by drops from his own side. Both are instructive, blood and water there on his side, here on the cloth, sweat and image. Oh, equality of happenings. Now that phrase now has a new meaning because there were two happenings, two different events that caused these two different things, since both have their origin in the same person. And so here he is saying, which he did in his corrective addendum of 2007, there were two different events at two different times. Next slide, please.
Just a question before we move on, because I remember when, and thinking about it now, like if Mark Guskin is still pro Image of Edessa, perhaps after you finish this series, he would be willing to come on and dialogue with you on that front and stuff. But
I would dialogue with anybody at any time on anything. I don't know what there is to dialogue because this is what happened. This is in writing, and this is, you know, what transpired in real time at that time. There is no doubt that Mark Guskin made a mistake, an honest mistake. When he discovered it, he corrected it. And he not only put in an addendum to what his conclusion was to syndenologists, he actually, in his academic book, he actually did a retranslation. And there's no doubt about it that at this point, this whole thing about there being a side wound was imaginary. It was somebody that had taken the text of this passage, this paragraph 22, out of context, and wanted to see in it what they wanted to see in it. And it really did stir up quite a bit of hope for authenticists and proof against the idea of non-authenticity. But, you know, he got to a point where I think he just honestly recognized that he made a mistake, and he certainly couldn't take that into the academic world where people were going to read his book, including the the original Greek, and come to a different conclusion and say, what are you, some kind of a authenticist nut that you're imagining these things, you know? So I think that's what happened. But surely, if he wanted to talk about it, I don't know what additional facts there would be, but I'd be happy to talk to him about it.
Okay. So my question here, and unfortunately, because I'm sharing my screen, I can't do like the research and find the clip. But when you were on the show with Mark Guskin and Pam Moon and Hugh Ferry there on that panel, I remember Mark mentioned one text that did speak about actual drops of blood or something to do with blood, and Hugh was shocked by that. Do you remember
No,
what
I
that?
don't.
Okay, okay.
No, I
I
don't.
just wanted to see if it was related to this sermon or not.
My guess would be, well, one, I could not have been paying attention. Sometimes on those panel things, other people are speaking, they're speaking to each other. I may not have caught it. But if I did hear it, I would believe it was in a different context than the Gregory sermon, or most likely I would have brought this up because I've known about this for some time.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I tell you what. The next time you're giving a speech with the slides off, I'll try to look that up
Okay.
while you're doing that. So okay. But for the meantime, let's go back to your slides.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, you can just take the slides off for a bit. Maybe I will be going on a little bit at this time without the slides. Now, what I find interesting, and I've already plugged Mark Guskin 2009, but I think it's a fantastic book, and I think it reflects just wonderful scholarship. I think I've said on at least one, if not many shows, it's actually the thing that turned me around and turned me against the Image of Edessa hypothesis, because it gave me access to academic works which I didn't know existed and which spoke against that hypothesis. But I do want to at least bring this out because I think it's a point that I personally find very disturbing and even irritating to a certain degree in how people talk about the Shroud to different audiences in different ways, especially these academics. Anybody that's an academic, or as Guskin at this point, I think he was an academic wannabe at this point in time. They've got their academic hat on and they're talking out of one side of their mouth, and then they talk to syndenology people in conferences and in syndenology writings, and they're saying something completely different. And here, what I find puzzling, I'll put it that way, what I find puzzling about Mark Guskin's book of 2009 is what he doesn't say. He does not say in his book that he had once erroneously translated this passage from Gregory. He doesn't mention Dubarre's interpretation and translation. He said before, in that original confirmation of Dubarre's translation, he said that, and I read it before, one thing is clear, the image had a blood stain from the wound inflicted on Christ's side and had a full body image. And no amount of contrived pseudo translation or explanations can get away from this simple fact. Well, he got away from that simple fact in his 2007 renunciation of it, his addendum to it, and in this translation he's making in 2009. So I don't think that what he wrote later is a pseudo translation and explanation. I think that was the valid translation and explanation. But, you know, if you make a mistake that is that egregious, then why not just footnote it, if nothing more than that? Just admit it in the book that that transpired in case anybody would be confused about it. And he didn't do that. He also didn't say in his academic book that there were other texts, numerous texts that would confirm that the image of Edessa and the Shroud were one and the same. He never mentions his convictions, which I know he has, that the image of Edessa and the Shroud was one and the same. In fact, in the entire book, he didn't mention the Shroud of Turin. There's no mention of the Shroud of Turin. I don't know how you can sell the Shroud of Turin image of Edessa identification in one world, in the syndenology world, and not even mention it in the academic world. It tells me that there's a concern about academic review and scholarship that you're not going to get in the world of syndenology, and so you're not going to bring that up. And it's a shame, because I've seen this with other academics who have been involved in syndenology, like Dan Scavone. For many years, he was touting that the identification of the image of Edessa with the Shroud. But then he'd write things on the Grail for an academic publication where he's told syndenologists that the Grail was the Shroud, that all these texts refer to the Shroud, and he'd write a Grail article and he'd never mention the Shroud, or he'd never mention that identification. And I just think if it's not good enough for the academic world, it's not good enough for syndenologists. They're not a bunch of dodos who are just going to believe everything you say. You know, give your best effort there. And you can make a mistake, just acknowledge the mistake and kind of move on. But this is a problem, and we have it today because there are still some academics out there that talk out of both sides of their mouth about the Shroud and what it was and what its history was. They would never do that if they got outside of Shroud world and conferences and that sort of thing, and had to put what they're saying to the test of academic review.
All right, so I did manage to find the 1 minute clip.
Okay.
So it's not from the 10th century, but it is from prior shows, and I don't think you addressed this text. It's about blood relics. Let me just play the 1 minute clip there for you. Just get your take on it and whether that would fit the image of God Incarnate, because supposedly it was hidden at a certain point. So, okay. And whether you think it's related to are you seeing that? Jack?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And you can hear it?
Another author from Spain, Braulio, Saint Braulio of Zaragoza, which sounds like I'm lisping when I'm talking Spanish, Saragossa in English, okay? He wrote a letter, again in the 7th century, talking about blood relics. Again, it doesn't matter if we think the blood relics he mentioned are genuine or not. He thought they were real. He thought they were genuine. He thought it was a serious matter. So he wrote about it. And he wrote that the burial shroud of Christ had been found, okay, which suggests it had been lost and now it had been found again. And in the context that he's talking about, blood relics, obviously, he's referring to the shroud having blood on it. Okay.
Okay, so that's kind of the clip that I wanted you to kind of get your take on it. It would have been better in the last episode, but this Saint Braulio of Zaragoza, a Spanish document talking about the shroud having blood or being a blood relic.
Well, see, I don't know that he said that. And that's why I think you have to listen very closely to how these presentations are being made. What I heard him say was he brings up the shroud. He said that the shroud was found, so it must have been lost. And then he keeps emphasizing that that Saint Braulio is talking about blood relics. And then I don't know whether he then means to say that therefore there must have been blood on the shroud, or whether Braulio actually said there was blood on the shroud. I don't know whether it's an inference he's making because he's discussing the shroud in the context of blood relics, or whether Braulio said that. I kind of remember reading this quotation somewhere, and that it didn't make a specific mention of blood, but I wouldn't swear to that. And I think this might be, being perfectly candid, I think that was the panel that when we finished, I sent an email to Mark Guskin, and I think I directed a question to him about this very thing that he said. He never answered my email, so I never got an answer to it. And it wasn't enough importance to me that I was going to go try to find the text, because it could very well not be in English, because he's a linguist, and that could very well be in medieval Latin or Spanish or something else. But if it was that big a deal, I think that we would have heard about it by now. I think he would have communicated that at some point to Ian Wilson. It was showed up in one of his books. It's kind of a vague incident. I would love it if there was such a quote and it did say the shroud has been found and it has blood on it. That would be an extremely important historical text. I just don't think it exists.
Gotcha. All right, fair enough. Yeah, that's outside the 10th century. I thought that there might have been a link there for half a second, but yeah. All right, cool. Back to your.
Okay, we can finish up with the Gregory. I think we're on slide 75. Or no, we're on slide. I don't know which one it is. One before this, I think. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just finish up. There's no slide on this. The very next year, in 2010, Ian Wilson wrote his final book on the Shroud. He hasn't written a book since then. He's published some articles. And whereas in 1998, in the 1998 book, it's all about Gregory Referendarius when we get to this period of time. And you can find Gregory in the index and in the text, and you can find in the chronology an entry for this. He's disappeared. There's no mention of Gregory Referendarius in this, my recollection, in the 2010 book. And so I think that this is a sign that Wilson himself realized that it was basically a bogus claim. Not intentionally bogus, but it was a bogus claim. It didn't work out. And so he just dropped it. It's not even a proof in the last book, which he wrote on the subject. And again, my personal disappointment is that, because I just believe in full candor in these things, that if he made such an issue of it, and it was such an important part of his 1998 book, well then, make it have a corrective section in the 2010 book. Say, oh, P.S. by the way, this is what was thought, but fortunately Mark Guskin looked at this again, and that's not the translation, so we can drop that from the whole consideration. Anyway, it's his hypothesis. He's the principal proponent of it, and he hasn't made that claim since that time. In fact, this claim has not been made by any credible historian that I know of for the past 17 years, ever since Mark Guskin corrected what he did in 2007. And the icing on this cake is that in 2014, Andrea Nicolati, a skeptic, wrote a book in which he excoriated the entire hypothesis, Image of Edessa hypothesis. But when he got to this part about the Gregory sermon, he translated it, and he said in part, the Dubarl's translation does not stand up to examination. A detailed examination of the Greek text establishes that Gregory wrote that Christ's crucified body was covered with blood and water, but his sweat and his image were captured and displayed on the Edessian cloth. So, like Guskin before him, Nicolati concluded that Gregory recited there were two different events which transpired at two different times. That Guskin's translation and Nicolati's translation are now state of the art. No one has ever challenge that or change that around. And so, firstly, I say this to anyone, but I especially would direct it to Pam Moon, given her presentation, that it's just highly misleading. I'm not saying intentionally misleading, but I'm saying it's highly misleading to suggest that Dubarrow's translation and interpretation is accurate and that it's been accepted by knowledgeable scholars and syndicologists. Because it hasn't. Because she stopped the history of it with Guskin's original approval and then completely ignored everything that's happened since that time, including two facially credible translations. And therefore, that should be corrected. Or if I'm wrong, then she can show me I'm wrong and I'll apologize and I'll correct what I'm saying now. But if I'm right as I think I am about this, then your audience and people seeing this should not believe that the last word on the subject was Dubarrow's translation, and they're supposed to go back to 2004 and have the enthusiasm about the Image of Edessa hypothesis that we all did back at that time. That's done and over, and it's gone because it's been disproved. And I do know that there are others who believe that this is a game changer, as we used to believe it back before Guskin made his correction. And it would be a game changer if that is what it said. But if you're going to rely on this, if you're going to cite it and you're going to rely on it, there's two what I call sine qua nons that you have to comply with. If you don't do it, you're not going to go anywhere. Number one, you need a new translation by a credible person. And that translation is going to have to contradict and satisfactorily supersede the translations of Guskin and Nicolati. Because in the absence of that, you're just whistling Dixie. That's all you're doing. And then secondly, you're going to have to explain historically how Gregory could have seen a bloody side wound when Constantine, who was actually the junior emperor and would have seen theoretically the image in much more detail and at a closer range than Gregory would have, why he never recorded that in the Narratio, which he writes the next year. He doesn't mention anything about a side wound or about a body image, anything. And then the final thing is you've got to come up with explanations for why, if there really was a body image and a side wound. For centuries thereafter, the Byzantines are calling this icon a mandilion, which comes from the Latin word mandil, which means a small handkerchief or towel. Why are they still calling it? Why did they ever call it a mandilion? And they do for centuries after that call it a mandilion. And why all the portrayals that are made of the mandilion at that time depict only the face. And remembering that this is why Wilson structured his hypothesis the way he did in the first place. There's too much evidence between 944 and the 12th century that shows that the image of Edessa was just a face cloth and considered a face cloth for you to really claim otherwise. The best you can do, which is what he did, is say, well, somewhere in the 12th century, thereabouts, they disassembled this device and they found out that there was a body image. And then they substituted, that became the shroud. And then they substituted a fake image, a bogus image, into the box holding the mandilion. They continue to call it the mandilion. But you've got to be ready to do all those things before you can credibly make this claim about the side image. And, I always talk about, like I did earlier, there's some respect that is due out there. And just like I think the academics, they don't have to be followed 100%, but I think that there has to be a lot of respect to their research and what they found, such as Professor Cameron. And I think there's got to be some respect to the other syndenologists who over the years have looked at this and want this to be true, but have accepted the fact that it's not true. And that, they know enough about this that you've got a burden to get by before you're ever going to try to sell this again. It was a bad product that was sold back in the early 2000s, and why anybody wants to bring it out now and try to resell it, repackage it, I don't know. But you better have some new evidence for it. Okay, I think we can go into the
just a quick question that I asked you before on this, because I know that you've had discussions with Teddy Pappas, and she thinks she has a unique way to revive it. Did you want to just give like a quick take on?
Well, I can only tell you what I understand of it from what I think she told me. It doesn't take me too far. She has primarily, as I understand it, where Mark Guskin has said that the reference to the side wound talks about drops of blood. She's looked at the Greek word that's used in that context, and she's got a Greek heritage, and she says that she knows a lot of Koine Greek, which is what it was written in at that time, and that the word that's used is more properly translatable as clots of blood. And so she has said that because it reads clots of blood, that makes a difference to this controversy. It makes Guskin's translation wrong or not complete or what have you. But I have answered to her, both privately and even in a discussion we had on Shroud Science Group at one time, that you can substitute that word. You can substitute the word clots. It's not going to change what Guskin and Nicolati are saying. They're saying that the structure of the whole passage is that there are two events at two different times. So if the event that occurred on the cross where Jesus emitted water and blood, if that should be that he emitted water and blood clots, or that blood clots were formed after the emission, or drops, that doesn't change what the objection is to this. So I don't think she's taken it much farther than that. And I've even told her privately what I've said, some of the things here today. It's not just a linguistic problem with the translation, it's a historical problem too, in terms of, let's assume, arguendo, that Gregory did see what you say that he did, the side wound. Then why is the rest of Byzantine history on this object never disclosing that there was a blood wound? Why is there never a reference to a body? Why are all the artistic images of the face only? It just does not make sense. Even in a lot of these illustrations that Pam Moon comes up with from Scalizi's, they're referring, and we're talking about into the 12th century, maybe late 12th century, they're referring to the mandillion again. They're not referring to Sindan or winding cloth or anything else. The mandillion was, the mandillion, it's, sometimes a mandillion is just a mandillion. That's what it is, and you can imagine all sorts of things. If that could be proved, it would be wonderful. I would just renounce all of my writings and say, game's over. But I wouldn't mind if somebody proved that, but I don't think there's proof, and I don't think it's credible to try to push this without further proof.
Fair enough. All right. So on to your next slide, the map. Yep. All right. Oops.
Okay. Yeah, you can hold that there. So the next text, we're done with Gregory's translation. The next text is the Narratio. And again, this is written either by or at the direction of Constantine. When he writes this in 945, he's now the emperor. He's gotten, Romanus has been exiled by his two sons. Then Constantine exiled his two sons because the people rose up against the sons and put Constantine on there. So he's writing this account, but he's writing an account of what he himself was a part of. He was in Constantinople when the Image of Edessa came into the city on August 15th of 944. Now, this is what Constantine says. He doesn't, we've already covered what he said about the expropriation of the cloth in Edessa. So Bishop Samasato takes the Image of Edessa and starts traveling west with it, bring it back to Constantinople. And he stops at this monastery of, I think it's called Eusebius. And that's when he stops to rest there and sends out notice that that's where he's at. Romanus, the emperor, sends this fellow I told you about before, Theophanes, the high official who saved Constantinople by using Greek fire. He sends Theophanes out to this monastery to get the image. So the bishop won't have to travel any further, and he can bring it back to Constantinople. And while he's there, according to Constantine anyway, he brings with him the leading men of the Senate, all the leading men of the Senate. So it's quite a few people with Theophanes. And this is the one phrase, the one text that says somebody saw the image of Edessa. It says they, the senators and Theophanes, received the image in the monastery. It was uncovered from the casket, and they saw and worshipped it with due reverence. And then there's a series of miracles that happen, and a demon comes up and says Constantine is the real emperor. But there's no clergy there. Gregory is not there. But there is at least this proof of sorts that somebody saw the image of Edessa as it was getting to Constantinople. And I must say, if you take a look at Gustin's book, this is in what he calls one version of this event. There's other versions where you don't have this language, and it's not so sure then that anybody saw it. But let's get past that. That's where somebody may have seen it. Now, onto this map of Constantinople, what happened to it? Because all this takes place on an evening and a day. That's how much time we're dealing with. On the evening of August the 15th, Theophanes and his company sail into Constantinople, but they don't go to the palace because August 15th is a day of a Marian celebration, feast day. And the emperor, Romanus, and his three co-emperors, his two sons and Constantine, they're up celebrating a litany up at St. Mary Blachernay, which is a church up in the Blachernay section of the city. And that's all the way where you can see kind of to the center top of the demonstration. It says Golden Horn. And a little bit north of that, like in the far, maybe we could call it the far northwest of the city, you can see it says Blachernay, and that's where the Church of St. Mary Blachernay is. It's the most vulnerable part of Constantinople because it's covered by walls. So most of the people who were attacking it, when they were not attacking it by sea, that's where they would go in. That's where the Crusaders in 1204 went and breached the walls. Well, the Naratio, that Constantine, he was there. He's one of these three emperors. This is what he says happens. He and his co-brothers and Romanus are worshiping when they bring in the chest holding the image of Edessa. And he says, and the letter of Abgar, letter to Abgar. And he said they worshipped the chest holding the icon and the letter, but they did not open it. So they did not see the image that night. And then what happens is the image is put back, the chest is put back on a ship, and it's taken back down past the Golden Horn, and to the right of the area, that's where all the important buildings of Constantinople are. The palace is there, the Hippodrome is there, the Hagia Sophia Church is there. And so they sail down the inlet and they, moor the boat there, and they take the chest to the palace. Now, Constantine says nothing more about what happens that night. The Narratio picks up the narration of events the next morning. But if you're reading Wilson and his explanation of what happened, he says this as a fact. He says, on that evening, the evening of the 15th, the sons of Romanus viewed the image. And where did he get that then? Because it's not in the Narratio. Well, we're going to get to a final text here, which is the Chronicle of Simeon Metaphrastes, which was written 30 years later. And he has an event in there about the three sons looking at the image, and Constantine can see it clearly and the other two cannot. And I can only think that that's where Wilson picked that out of it. But this is not a first-hand account, as the Narratio is, written by Constantine, who's one of these people. So in any event, as far as the Narratio is concerned, there's no report of anybody looking at the image that night. The next morning, Romanus is sick, so he can't participate in any of these activities. And so the three sons, and I'm including Constantine there, the three junior emperors, take the image in its chest, and they sail back up to where they were the night before, and they go to the walls near Blachernay, and they start a procession. And in the procession, they say there are priests, and there are members of the senatorial council, and there are the patriarch, and they carry the chest with these two objects in it down the walls along the border, and they enter a gate about halfway or so down, and then they come into the main thoroughfare of Constantinople, which doesn't run through the middle, it runs across the waterway there, and they march down to where the Hagia Sophia is. They walk into the church. And this is what Constantine says. When all the clergy had worshipped and paid due respect, those who had made the procession carried the holy burden to the palace. Now, no one knows what it is exactly that they worshipped and paid due respect to. If it was like the emperors the night before, they paid due respect to the chest that was holding the objects. There's no narrative here that any of these people on that day saw the image of Edessa. It could have happened, but you would think it would be specifically recited if it was. And when they got to the palace, at the end of the day, they placed the divine image on the emperor's throne. Again, that might sound like they took out the image of Edessa, but it goes on to say, after the usual litany, the divine image was taken back to the Pharaoh's chapel. So they certainly were not taking the divine image out in the opening. They probably put it back in the chest. And so the sense of at least what he is writing here is that they still haven't taken the image of Edessa out of the chest, at least for public veneration, they haven't done that. And when they get to the chapel, that's where they then place it on the right toward the east for the glory of the faithful and the safety of the emperors and the security of the whole city and the whole Christian community. So at that point, it's in the chest and it's being hung from the ceiling of the Pharaoh's chapel, looking east where the enemies would be coming from, the Muslim enemies would be coming from. And that's all you get. That's the entire narration of the image of Edessa being brought to Constantinople. Now, there's an inference, just like there is in the Gregory sermon, that Constantine must have looked at the image, because he goes on to describe parts of it, but it's not recited. So all these stories and papers, etc., that you see that kind of aver as a fact that the shroud, that the image of Edessa was brought there, and at some point it was taken out, it was worshipped, it was venerated, people saw it. It's not in these texts. Okay, next slide. So okay, before I get to the image being formed, let me just give you what how Constantine described the image. He says that the figure, the face, was transferred to the cloth with no artistic intervention. That doesn't mean he's seen it. That's what the legend has been for centuries. He says the form of a face was imparted onto the linen from a moist secretion with no paint or artistic craft. Well, again, he doesn't have to see that. That is the legend. It's the legend that goes back to the Acts of Thaddeus, where Jesus washed his face. And then he goes on to say, well, you know, that's not the only legend. It's also been told in another way. And see if I can find this. He says, it is said that when Christ prayed in anguish, his sweat fell like drops of blood. And it is said that he took this piece of cloth, he wiped off the streams of sweat on it, figure of his divine face, which is still visible, and was immediately transferred on it. So what he says is remarkably like what Gregory said a year before, where Gregory simply said that's the way it happened, and specifically said that there was no washing of Jesus' face. Constantine saying, yeah, there could have been a washing of Jesus' face, but there's another story now, and this is the story. Can't tell you which one is right, but even in the second story, he's only talking about it. His sweat fell like drops of blood. He's not saying that it was blood or that it looked like blood. And then Constantine tells you a little bit about the presentation. And this is what makes me think that he did see it, because this isn't from a legend. You know, it's only from the legend that he's writing himself at this point. He says that Abgar, after he had gotten the image, he placed it at the city gate. He first fixed it to a wooden board and adorned it with gold that can still be seen. So it still can be seen. Whatever he saw seems to be adorned with gold. That's not mentioned by Gregory. And inscribed on the gold were the words, Christ God, whoever hopes in you will never be let down. So that sounds like he could have seen this, but I think there's something that has to be recognized here. He's throwing this back, and he's just telling the story of the early history of the image of Edessa, the legend about it. And he might not be picking up from what he saw when it was brought into Constantinople. He became the emperor at the end of January of 945. And he didn't write the Narratio or present it probably until August. And so he had a lot of months there to go check out the image of Edessa. It was in a case that was in the Pharaoh's chapel that they could bring down at any time, and he could open and look at it. So he may have gotten this information about it when he looked into the chest at that time. And this is probably, the best evidence of something having to do with Wilson's hypothetical. But of course, he wrote the hypothetical to match this description. But at least it does say it was at one time fixed to a board, and there was some gold, and there was some writing on it. So it does sound like this was witnessed by Constantine at some point. Constantine does not mention neck, shoulders, chest, or side, and therefore he doesn't describe the shroud. He doesn't mention a folded cloth, so he doesn't describe a tetradiplon. He doesn't mention a landscape portrait, a frame, or trellis work, so he doesn't describe the hypothecated device by Wilson. Okay, next slide, please. And we've seen this many times. That's the hypothecated device by Wilson. So we'll get to the question we asked about Gregory. Did Constantine view the image? He doesn't recite that he did. He could have gotten a lot of the information on the description just from the legends. He certainly could have derived the notion of a moist secretion from either of the legend stories now, either wash water or sweat. So that's not going to tell you much. But the conclusion I come to is that it's likely he did at some point view the image, either that when it was brought into the city or later during his reign, because he is describing it being put on a board and it having gold and gold writing. But once more, and just for emphasis, he doesn't mention a bloody side wound, and I don't know how Gregory could have even seen that without Constantine seeing it, and I can't believe that Constantine, if he saw it, would not be making mention of it in the description. That's why I think that Guskin's corrected translation and Nicolati's translation are correct. Okay, we're going to move on to the final text, which is the Chronicle of Simeon Metaphrastes. Next slide. Okay, so Simeon Metaphrastes, he writes a lot of books. They're mostly what they call menologians, which are collections of legends. And when he gets to the image of Edessa coming into Constantinople, in his menologian, he primarily reprints the description given by Constantine in the Narratio. But he adds a paragraph to it. And this is what he says. When everyone was looking at the marvelous image of the Son of God on the holy cloth. Now, I don't know who everyone was and what time he places it. I think that he places this on the first evening after they came back from St. Mary Blagine. The emperor's sons declared they could see only the face, while Constantine, his son-in-law, said they could see the eyes and the ears. And then there's a man there, a high official named Sergius. The godly Sergius said to them, they could all see as they should. And they said, well, what's the meaning of the difference? And Sergius replies, it is not me, but the prophet David, who says, the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears listen to their prayer. But the Lord's face is against evildoers, to destroy their memory from the land. And so Mark Guskin, who has done this translation for his 2009 book, says, quote, the meaning of the story seems clear. The difference in what they, meaning the three emperors, young emperors, see, is more due to their innate spiritual qualities than to any physical properties of the image. In other words, the story is made to show 30 years after the event that Constantine was the rightful emperor, and he was favored by God, and so God allowed him to see some details of the image that God did not allow Romanus' son to see. And of course, by the time that Metaphrastes is writing this, Constantine has become the emperor, or his son became the emperor, and they are the rightful line. And this seems to be like more of a paean that's written to Constantine and his family than it is to anything that actually happened. Stephen Runciman, in writing his article on the image of Edessa, said this. It's noted by Mark Guskin. He says, the reception of the image of Edessa was the grand climax of Romanus' reign, but the hymns chanted in its honor were the swan song of the Lecta Pene. In other words, the family of Romanus. Once the image of Edessa got there, then the events that happen in the next couple of months, Romanus is exiled, his sons are exiled, and the rightful ruler is now in place. So I don't think that you can put too much stock in what has been said. And so just to briefly recap, do we learn anything about the anything new about the image's appearance from Gregory? No. Do we learn anything new about the image's appearance from Constantine? The only thing that we really know there is that he's describing it attached to a board and with gold and gold writing on it. Other than that, there's nothing new. It's a Quiriquatus. It's a face only. And we don't really learn anything from Simeon Massafrides, because that seems to be just a political statement that he's made. But I would mention that as we look at the slide here, look what he says that Constantine, young Constantine saw. He could see the eyes and the ears. I mean, have you ever looked at the shroud and seen ears on the shroud? I haven't. And you know, they would be over on the sides where you don't get the side image. And so if this story were factually true, which I don't think it would be a fiction, would actually be proof, I think, that the image of Edessa was not the shroud, because it would have, the image had ears on it and the shroud image doesn't have ears on it. Okay. All right, now we can kind of move off of the text and just on a couple of non-textual items here. So this is the St. Catherine panel painting. We've discussed this, I think, in the first show when we were talking about whether Wilson's device matched up with this. And so just a couple of things here that I may have said before. You got a Pantocrator type image of Jesus. This is supposed to represent the image of Edessa. The painting itself is, the person on the left is supposed to be Thaddeus, and he's presenting the portrait of Jesus to Abgar V, and Abgar is Constantine VII. They use his visage, his face on this. But you've got fringe at the bottom of the cloth, and you've got it over on the right of the cloth. So it's not really, that would not indicate that it was the Shroud of Turin. Take a look too at what comes out of the head's left side, right side, and top. It looks like something that might represent a cross of some kind, as if you were trying to portray Jesus on a cross. They're arms of some device or other, but of course they don't show up on the Shroud of Turin, so that's not very shroud-like. This device, this is not, certainly does not look like Wilson's hypothecated device. The image itself is not truly landscape. It does seem to have some material, extra material on the left, but if you get over to the right, it just looks as if it's, you know, a regular portrait on it. And what Constantine said that he observed, the fixed to the board, the gold and the writing, that's not there. But at least I should mention that if this is trying to portray the presentation of the cloth that Abgar, which it is, none of those things were done at that time. Remember, Abgar got the cloth, and then it was later in the legend that he attached it to the board and all this writing was put on it. So that's not necessarily, you know, a disproving of anything. Next slide. And so you see, here are all the 6th and 7th Pantocrator images we looked at before, and I put the new image of Edessa portrayal over there on the right, and you can see that the image looks remarkably like all of these other portrayals of Jesus. And so, I think that, next slide, and I've said this before, my own hypothesis about this is that what you're looking at here is the image of Edessa as it existed and as it was brought to Constantinople. That's why it's portrayed that way. And it looks remarkably like a labarum, which is a military standard that's carried by the Byzantine army. And if you remember, the image of God Incarnate, which I contend is the Shroud, that was placed on Byzantine labara at the end of the 6th century. It's documented in Byzantine historical chronicles. And there is a episode, which I talked about before, in which there was a mutiny of the Byzantine army outside of Edessa because they stopped paying the soldiers. And the general at that time, his name was Priscus, he tried to settle everybody down by uncovering the labarum, which had Jesus' picture on it. And they were so enraged by what happened, they started pelting the labarum with Jesus' picture on it with stones. And Priscus ended up fleeing to Edessa. It doesn't say this, but I think there's a good implication that he took the labarum with him because he was trying to protect it from the pelting. And that I think that he left this, he gave this to the church of Edessa, the Melkite church, the Orthodox church, and that they had this labarum, and they actually used this as the model to make the original image of Edessa, which at that time it had to be a portrait on wood to comply with the legend that was in effect with that at that time, which was the doctrine of Adi. And I think they preserved the labarum. And then when the Abgar legend got changed, and I think it got changed because of the image of God Incarnate, there now being a cloth that had an imprint of Jesus' face on it. That when that happened, and this comes from Avril Cameron as well. This is her theory that the Byzantines, in order to comply with the new legend, they then converted the painting on wood of the image of Edessa to a image on cloth. And I think what they used was just the labarum, which they already had. And it does match up, to me, there's a large similarity. And by that time, several centuries later, it probably had deteriorated to a certain point, and that may be why that some people may have found it difficult to pick out all the details of it. Okay, and that would match, of course, with what I mentioned before, and that is that in the 8th century, that a painting of the image of Edessa could be passed off successfully to the Christians of Edessa. So that would not have happened if they were really looking at the Shroud image. No painting is going to be able to pass that off to the Edessan Christian population. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is we're done the text and we're done this principal artwork. So what I'm going to bring to you next is what Pam Moon presented as additional proof. She brought in 2 additional proofs. So we can take a look at these and see if this, either of them or both of them, change anyone's minds or reinforces what they think. But we're looking here at what's called an illustration that comes from the Madrid Skalitzes, which is a illustration, series of illustrations that seek to conform to or describe the text of Skalitzes. Now, let me. What Skalitzes was a history, which we've talked about before, written probably around 1075, so 140 years after this event, in which Sclitzes is describing various events in the history of the Byzantine Emperor. I think it starts at about 811. I was looking for my notes specifically on that, and I'm not finding that for some reason. 1 second, please. Okay, no, I don't see it. And then in the next century, in the 12th century, a version of this text goes to Sicily, which is being run by the Normans at that time. And they have some artists, and they draw these illustrations to illustrate the Sclitzes text. This is now a couple hundred years after these events happen. And I wish I could find, just give me 1 second here. Yeah, it's not on the slides, it's on my notes. Just bear with me for a couple seconds here to see if I can find it. Yep, it disappeared on me. So in any event, Pam Moon, who has this book, and she's written a couple of papers on the illustrations, contends that what you're looking at here is history. In other words, she says that this is a presentation of the image of Edessa to the person who is receiving it. She says is Romanus, the emperor. And that Romanus, she says, is, by taking this figure literally, that Romanus is worshiping, venerating the image of Edessa. Now, there's kind of an implication in what she says that Romanus acquired the cloth for veneration. He's a really pious individual. And that's why I went through before showing you what his background was and where he is not a pious individual. And I went through the narrative that shows there's a darn good chance he never even looked at the image of Edessa when it came to Constantinople. But, that's all supposed to be substituted by looking at a illustration that's made a couple hundred years later. Pam Moon often quotes a professor. Her name is Vasiliki Samakta, and she's actually an expert on these illustrations, which she calls miniatures of the Madrid Sclitzes. Professor Samakta is no doubt an expert, but last year she admitted to having made a mistake about what a Greek text read in Sclitzes, which is very odd because she's a Greek native. But in any event, we questioned her about this, Janice Winchester and myself, and she said, I just made a mistake. But in any event, in this book that she wrote on the Madrid Sclitzes, here's what she says about these illustrations. Just common sense. You would know this without her saying it. She said, the purpose of the illustrations was to offer as close a visual correspondence with the written narrative as possible, and to illustrate as many episodes as possible. The artists did their job to the best of their abilities, but the result is not always satisfactory, since the artistic and the narrative, since the artistic and narrative qualities vary, and the methods used to interpret the text are sometimes very limited. So it's patently obvious, it should be patently obvious, that whatever is depicted in these Sclitzes illustrations are not historically reliable. They're like somebody 200 years from now not having a picture of an event, which would be rare nowadays, and then just making up what they think the illustration would be. Let's try the next slide. Oops, it's not it, is it?
just before we do that, I just want to clarify. So one thing I didn't notice is like because I think the Loros, right? So that's this cloth is the Loros, if I remember what Pam Moon was saying, which is supposed to be the burial shroud. But then you have the image of Edessa on a cloth, and Hugh pointed out there is the fringe there as well, like right up here. See the
Yeah.
white cloth. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious, like, which one is it? Did I mishear? Is Pam saying that this is the shroud, the Loros? Or
Well,
is
I
this,
don't think she spoke on that, to tell you the truth. I don't think she was getting into the nuts and bolts of that. Her point is to try to prove, I think, that Romanos received the image of Edessa and that he venerated. Because her next point is that somebody this holy and religious would not have venerated a painting. I think that's her point. So she's not really looking at the details. I've said in the past before, and I think that Hugh Farry has agreed with us, as far as I remember, but that what you're looking at that's in white there is the image of Edessa, and it looks like the one that we just saw in the panel painting, except this time you see fringe on the top, which that was hidden in the other uh, painting, the panel painting. Whereas the bottom of the image of Edessa, you can't see the fringe because that's probably right up against the body of this man who's receiving it. If you take a look at this other cloth, it looks to me like it's the Loros of the person who's presenting it, because you don't see any other Loros over him. And it looks to me like neither of these gentlemen, particularly the presenter, felt that they could touch the image of Edessa. It was too holy. They didn't want to touch it with their hands, so they're using the Loros to pick up the image of Edessa.
gotcha.
And
Yeah,
I've seen some arguments by, again, I think they're radical authenticists, to be honest with you, in which they're arguing that what you're looking at here is you're looking at the shroud. And the thing that's in white is the shroud's head, and the rest of it, the loris, is the rest of the shroud. But why would they be two colors? Why would they hook up like this? I think you've just got a couple of artists who were saying that this had to get to Constantinople and had to be presented to someone. Maybe it is Romanus that's portrayed here, but there's reasons to believe that it's not him, because in all the other illustrations that he's in the same book, he's wearing a crown, and he has no crown here. And I'll show you some other interpretations in a minute. But yeah, I don't know that really has any meaning for Pam's argument in her recent presentation, other than the points that I think she's trying to make about Romanus venerating it, as if this is proof that it was given to him this way and that he venerated. It's an illustration. It was made 200 years later. What meaning does it have? Got next to no meaning. And
yeah.
let me see where I think I am.
I'll go back to the slides once you finish.
Oh, okay. Here's where I'm at. This is the Scalitsi's text that this is supposed to illustrate. Now, it's very short, and just listen to what it says. The text: the city of Edessa was besieged by Roman forces. The siege was lifted, and the likeness of our God was brought to the capital, where the emperor had it ceremoniously received by Parakoimonenos Theophanes with impressive and fitting pomp. Unquote. That's the Scalitsi's text. It doesn't say a thing about Romanus receiving the text. It simply says when the image of Edessa got to Constantinople, Romanus, the emperor, had it ceremoniously received by Theophanes with impressive and fitting pomp. So this illustration does not even illustrate the text. It's purely a matter of the artist's imagination. Just go to the next slide, please. Yes. Okay, I've done that one. That's fast leaky. That's the quote that I just read. Okay, next. Okay, so what are there other interpretations that can be given to this? This is from Wikipedia, and Wikipedia says this illustration shows the surrender of the Holy Mandilion and the image of Edessa, or the image of Edessa, bearing the face of Christ by the inhabitants of Edessa in Mesopotamia to the Byzantines in 944. In other words, their interpretation of the text is this is all taking place in Edessa. That somebody, if you take a look at the illustration, you've got Muslims, obviously Muslims on the left, and it looks like maybe the Bishop of Samosata of Ramius has taken the cloth that he has selected, and he's turning around and he's presenting it to John Kirkoris or to whoever. But this just shows you how not only can you not accept an illustration of 200 years later, but there's so many interpretations you can put on it, they're probably endless in terms of what you can do. So this was one, and then next slide. Okay, that was just to show it again. Next slide. Okay, so this is from Stephen Jones, who runs a blog site, and this is what he says. And actually, I think this is a little bit more instructive. Quote, the persons on the left are wearing turbans, and the buildings on their side have no Christian crosses. Hence, they are Muslims. The buildings on the right have Christian crosses, which means that the artist depicted both, two scenes, or as Gustin would say, two events at two different times. The artist depicted both the image being handed over by the Muslims in Edessa and its arrival in Christian Constantinople. So go to the next slide, we'll just look at it again. And this is what Jones is talking about. Look at the buildings on the left, with the tops of the buildings. They don't look like churches, they look like, right, Eastern. Look at the people that are down there. There's 4 people, they're definitely wearing turbans. They look like they would be Muslims. Then you have the 2 people who are in the center, who are not named. They look, because they have lorises, they look like they might be Byzantines. But again, we don't know which Byzantines they are. There looks like there are churchmen of some kind standing behind the recipient. And then over on the right, look at the buildings there. You have a cross on the one, I think on both of them. And, instead of the round shapes that you have to the left of the building, you have more of diagonal shapes on the right. So I think that that Jones has this pretty much right. It's just an imagination, a symbolic of a symbol, really, symbolic rendering of, on the left-hand side, the Muslims giving up, or I should say the Edessines, giving up the image, and then eventually it gets to Constantinople and somebody receives it. But it's not a reflective of any text that ever said that it was received in this way, or that Romanus ever saw it, let alone touched it, let alone venerated, as Pam is trying to use to persuade. Okay. And I mentioned before that one observer said, I can go back into these illustrations, and every time you see Romanos, he's wearing a crown. This guy is not wearing a crown. It doesn't look like it's even supposed to be Romanos. But again, it's all interpretation. And so the bottom line is that, you can take this down, is that this is just a illustration. And then after Pam interprets the illustration the way that she wants to do it, then she builds a contention on that consumption. And the contention is that Romanus is venerating it. And so he's a pious person. And her main point is if he's a pious emperor and he went out to get a holy relic, then why in the world would he risk his immortal soul, to worship a painting? Why would he do that? But that's all based on an image that she's created by making him a pious emperor, which he was not, and then saying that he venerated the relic when it got to Edessa, which he did not. This is all based on an illustration. And the interesting thing, even about her argument about why would Romanus not be able to distinguish, she says, something that was miraculous from something that was a painting. Well, isn't that the problem that Kerkaris had, at least according to the version that Wilson put in there? He wasn't able to distinguish the image of Edessa from the other two images. He had to call somebody in to help with that. So it's not necessarily that whatever they're looking at there, she thinks it should be distinguishable because she thinks it is the Shroud image. Well, people like me who don't believe it's the Shroud image, the fact that Kerkaris would have then got whatever he bargained for, if he did look at it, which there's no evidence, he might have been disappointed in what he saw, and he lets it remain in a chest, and he puts a chest up on the ceiling of the Pharaoh's chapel, and nobody ever sees it again. I mean, it really doesn't tell you anything. It's not really what they would call probative of any claim that the image of Edessa was the Shroud. And the final thing is, where does she derive that in this illustration that Romanus is worshiping this cloth? It's being presented to him, and he's just taking it to his face. He's not kneeling. He's standing up. That's how much he's impressed with it and how much he's venerating it. But it fits the narrative that she's making. So, you know, it's Romanus, and he's worshiping. And if he is worshiping, he wouldn't be worshiping a painting. So, you know, ergo, it's not a painting. It's built on a bunch of assumptions that are not supported by anything. Okay. All right, we can go to the next topic. And we are getting to the end here. So Pam brings up a device called the Limburg Stauroteki. And what this is it's a reliquary. It's a box. It has a sliding head. On the left-hand side, you see it intact with the lid in place. The second illustration is the lid pulled halfway up. And the third illustration is what you see when you get inside. There's a cross. And then there's these little compartments. We see 8 of them, but there's actually 2 more that you don't see on here. There's 10 compartments. Now this box, it's now kept in Hesse, Germany, and it measures about 19 inches long, 15 inches wide, and it has a depth of 2.4 inches. Now, when you look at these compartments, each of these compartments is labeled with an inscription that mentions what they hold. First of all, on the dating of this, it's been dated. The box itself has been dated to 968 to 985 because it was made as it was presented as a gift to the future Emperor Basil II. The cross that's in there is dated to 945 to 959 because it has an inscription to Constantine and Constantine's son Romanus, and they were co-emperors between 945 and 959. So the cross was made first, and then the box was made some 20 years later. Now, I made an estimate. I didn't, the dimensions I just gave you is from a work on this, but I tried to estimate the dimensions of each of these containers. And my estimate is that these little square containers are about 5 inches by 5 inches. They're like 5 inches square. And they would, like the rest of the box, they'd have a depth of 2.4 inches, if you can imagine that. So you got like 25 square inches and then to a depth of 2.4 inches. Now, if you look at the relics that are enumerated, just imagine whether these containers could hold these relics. Jesus' swaddling clothes, a sponge, the crown of thorns, a winding sheet, that was the shroud. And this is why Pam features this, because it says a winding sheet. In addition, a towel, a hymation, which is like a toga, a belt, another belt, and a veil. And you might get a belt, you might get a belt, you might get a veil in there, I suppose, if you squeeze them. And the last item is a lock of hair, and that you could certainly get in there. And so you're not going to fit these objects into this box as it presently exists, but you could probably, and this is probably what it was for, to hold fragments of each of these things. In other words, there could be a fragment of the swaddling clothes and a fragment of the crown of thorns, you know, a thorn from crown of thorns. It could be a fragment from the winding sheet. I don't know, but it's certainly not going to fit. Those things are not going to fit in this box with a depth of 2.4. Now, when Pam makes her presentation, she dates the whole box to 945 to 985. And that's not how they're dated by most experts. The reliquary itself, the box is dated much later, 968, 985. But by dating it that way, it makes it appear as if Constantine got the image of Edessa in 944, and he immediately, or soon afterwards, made up a reliquary box where he was going to put the shroud. And it doesn't match because that's just not what the dating is. The other thing, too, is how do you fit the shroud into any of these things, even if the size were expanded? And I'll talk about that in a minute. How do you do that without, if you believe in the image of Edessa hypothesis and in Wilson's device, how do you put the shroud in here without disassembling that device? I mean, you can't put that 43 inch by 24 inch rigid hypothecated device into any of these things. You would have to, at the minimum, take the shroud out. And if you took the shroud out, then you would know that it's a shroud and you have a body in it. So how does one actually do that? And Pam then suggests this, that the sliding lid that you have here must have covered another case. Her reason? Because the Shroud of Turin would not fit into the Limburg Stauratiki. Yeah. So she says that there was a deeper container that held this lid, but in her words, that bottom bit is now lost. Next slide. So there is a real expert of sorts in this. His name is Bradley Hostetler. I think that Pam has cited him in some article that she's written on this. And he says that the excuse me for 1 minute. Well, if you could just read that to yourself for a minute. But he says that the case was produced between 968 and 985, and he talks about what the relics are in there. And he mentions no possibility of there having at once been a reliquary that had a sizable and now lost bottom bit. So in order to accommodate the narrative, Pam has imagined this bigger bottom bit that this lid slides into. But this is kind of like with the illustrations. This is all a object of her imagination. This is not from an expert study, somebody who's looked at this. They actually believe in Hesse, Germany, I think, that what they've got there is the relic. That's the way that it came from Byzantium, and it matches relics of reliquaries that have come from Byzantium. But, you know, this is what she's tendered as a proof that the image of Edessa was the shroud, and that by 965 or whenever it was put into this case, they must have known it was a shroud. I mean, that doesn't fit the Wilson hypothesis at all. Okay, next. Where are you? You can just hold back on that slide because we're going to switch to the image of God Incarnate. I have a couple of things to just wrap up on here. There is a, she mentions this, there is a harangue, meaning a letter of encouragement that was sent by Constantine VII to his army in Tarsus in 958. And this is pretty famous in Shroud lore because it's the first time that a Sinden is mentioned as being in the imperial relic collection. That Constantine blessed some water with a number of passion relics, and one of which was the Sindom. And this is, to me, and I'll mention it again, this is a proof that it's the image of God Incarnate that that he's talking about at this time, because as I've indicated before, there are all these proofs that the Mandylion was just the Mandylion going on for a couple centuries. So I'm not sure why she mentions this thing. She doesn't make an argument from it, but I'm a little bit suspicious because she did the Stauratiki argument in which it almost suggests, if it doesn't directly suggest, that the shroud was known, that Emperor Constantine knew about the shroud. So there might be an intimation that when he wrote about there being a Sinden, he was talking about the shroud, and the shroud was the image of Edessa. Now, Dan Scavone, back in 2006, he wrote about this text, the harangue, and this is what he says, quote, "The letter announced that the emperor was sending a supply of holy water consecrated by contact with the relics of Christ's passion, which were in the capital. No mention is made of the recently acquired Mandylion. As a relic of Jesus' ministry, it would have been out of place among the relics of the Passion." So this is Dan Scavone, who was a very strong proponent of this image of Edessa hypothesis, and he can't figure out himself. He goes on to say, "I don't know if there was a shroud. I'm not sure how it got there or where it would have gotten there." But of course, that was years before I developed my hypothesis. But he says it can't be the Mandylion because he's blessing these things all with passion relics, and the Mandylion was not a passion relic. Okay. And I'm not going, just because we're really getting up on time here, but there's just plenty of proof that for the next 7 centuries, next several centuries, the Mandylion was referenced strictly as the Mandylion, not as the Sindon. Even that illustration that I showed you from the Scalizzis Madrid, it says in the middle of that, between the two churches, it says the Holy Mandylion. So as late as the 12th century, they're still talking about the Holy Mandylion, and they're illustrating it's the object that came from Edessa. And it's that object that you see portrayed, that little face object that you see portrayed there. It's not a shroud, it's not a Sinden. All right, the last thing for the image of Edessa in text is it's just a mention that the first time it's called the Mandylion that we know of was in around the year 990, and there was a text written about an ascetic by the name of Paul of Mount Latros, and it says that he had a vision of the Holy Mandylion. So at least by 990, it is being called the Mandylion, and it's called the Mandylion for several centuries after that. Okay, so I think we can go to the final part of this, which is not very long, but it's just on the image of God Incarnate. I spent the whole time on the image of Edessa because that's the object that's the center of these texts. Just to go back, we'll go back to 900 like we did before. From 741 to 900, the shroud, the former image of God Incarnate, was locked in the golden case. It was kept within the Bucolian palace. Next, please. So I'm not going to read this all through again. This was part of my last presentation, but people looking at the program can go back and look at this and the next slide. This is the description of what happened to the image of God Incarnate, and that is that it was still around in 1090 when the Tarragona manuscript was written by a pilgrim to Constantinople. The pilgrim mentions that there's an image of Jesus on a linen. It's in the palace. It's not open for anybody but the emperor. Next slide. And that the case that stores it used to be open once, but the whole city was struck by continuous earthquakes, and everybody was threatened with death. And then there was a heavenly vision that said this situation would be resolved if the Lord's visage should be locked up and hidden away from human eyes, and it was done. The sacred linen cloth was locked away in a golden case and carefully sealed up, and the earthquake stopped, and all the problems stopped. And from that time on, no one's dared open the case because everyone believes and fears if anyone tries to open it, the whole city will be struck by another earthquake. So when we get to 900, this is what happened to the image of God Incarnate, the shroud, and this is where it is in the year 900. Okay, next slide. So how did the image of God Incarnate look? We asked before, what did the image of Edessa look like? This is what I think that we would expect from what the historical text said, that unlike the image of Edessa, this is a full body image of crucified Jesus impressed on a linen cloth, and it has a pantocrator type face. Now, how can it's an inference. No one's ever described it this way, but it's an inference from what has transpired. The image of God Incarnate went to Constantinople in about 540 after the destruction of Antioch. The Byzantines come up with a crux measuralis. This is something that they said is a crucifix. The dimensions were fixed by measuring Christ's body. So how could they measure Christ's body unless they had the shroud? And so that means that whatever they're looking at that time, which I believe is the image of God Incarnate, it must have shown a body image. Then we saw the tableon, and since that represented the shroud, then they must have had the shroud. The cloth that they had, the image of God Incarnate, must have been the shroud, not a face cloth, but a shroud. Then we've got the pantocrator type facial images of Jesus that do match the shroud image, including the Christ pantocrator that's in St. Catherine, which I think was one of those images. We also have in Constantinople at the same time, a little later in the century, the first crucifixions portrayal. So this is the first time that Jesus is allowed to be portrayed as crucified, which, that is a development, I say, from the Byzantines having a cloth that had the crucified Jesus on it. You have the Mozarabic liturgy, in which they're saying for the first time that there were recent imprints of Jesus' burial cloth on Jesus' burial cloth. So that seems to indicate the shroud, and recent imprints would seem to be a body image. And then this image is also the first Akira Kuwata's image, the image of God Incarnate, and the first full body portrayal of an Akira Kuwata's image of Jesus is the Akira Pito, which is an image that was commissioned by Pope Gregory the Great toward the end of the 6th century and placed in the Vatican. And so why would he, who had been in Constantinople, why would he be commissioning a full body Akira Poetis image of Jesus unless he had seen one in Constantinople? Okay, finally we'll go to year 692, and there is a canon of a church council that says henceforth Jesus' humiliation and suffering should be portrayed. And where are you going to get that on an image of Jesus unless you're dealing with the shroud? The humiliation is that he's naked. The suffering is from all the wounds, so they must be seeing that on the cloth that they had. And as I talked about earlier, that's the same year that there's a gold Solitas coin issued, and where the loris is representing the shroud. So all of these historical references seem to indicate that the image of God Incarnate was, in the year 900, it was a full body shroud. It was a shroud with a full body image on it. Okay, so the next slide, please. The third most important text in Shroud history, I mentioned what I think are the first two of them. That's the Chronicle of Pseudo-Zachariah. It's the Tarragona manuscript. And the third is what we talked about before. It's this letter that Constantine, next slide, sent to his army. And we've talked about that and why it couldn't be the image of Edessa. Well, if it's not the image of Edessa and it's a shroud that's in the Imperial Relic Collection, then we know at this point that as of 558, there is a shroud in the Imperial Relic Collection, and therefore it must be the image of God Incarnate that has been put in the case and has been there since 741. Okay, next. And this is why I consider it the third most important text, because it confirms that there was a shroud in the collection. It confirms that the image of Edessa was not the shroud. And it also confirms that Constantine decided that the imperial covenant with God that was made in 741, which it said nobody else could see the shroud, that did not preclude the emperor disclosing the shroud's existence. So he apparently felt that he was not breaking the covenant by mentioning the fact that the relic collection held a shroud. Okay, we can go right from there to what I consider, next slide, the fourth most important text in Shroud history, which, next slide, is going to be the Latin sermon. Now, I wrote a whole article on this. Okay, you can go to that. We'll go back in a second. The Latin sermon is a text that I wrote about in the summer 2023 issue of the British Shroudtorian newsletter. And the bottom line is that in 988, the sister of the then Byzantine emperor, who was Basil II, was married to the first Tsar of the Russian Rus. If you go back just for a second to the last slide. So the Russian Rus was this big area that was, it's extended into Russia. You can see it comes out from Poland there on your left. And it was north of the Black Sea, and Constantinople is down in the purple area where it says Byzantine Emperor. So they weren't that far away. And as a matter of fact, where they came to clash was north of the Black Sea, and where we're having a lot of violence now in the Crimea. Byzantines had taken over that territory, and this story begins with Vladimir I conquering this city called Cherson, which is in the Crimea, and then he offers to give it back to the Byzantines if he can marry the emperor's sister, and who is very pious, and she's very beautiful at the same time. So the emperor and his sister agree that she'll do this, but he has to promise to Christianize the Kievan Rus, and he agrees to do that. And he had very bad eyesight at that time, Vladimir did. But once he was baptized, as soon as he got baptism, so the story goes, his eyesight cleared up, so he was cured with that. Well, anyway, they then decide that they will marry. When they marry in Cherson, and at the wedding ceremony, they have a sermon read, which it's now known as the Latin sermon. And in my article, I did a lot of, I provided a lot of details of who wrote the sermon, who translated and then modified the previous Abgar legend, and why, as the introduction to the sermon says, it was so totally appropriate to this wedding, because it was, reminiscent of the Abgar story, because Vladimir was a pagan. He was being converted. He was going to bring the Byzantine princes to the Rus, and she was going to then help instruct him in the faith and then get the population to convert to Christianity, which is some of the same things that, according to the legend, Abgar had told Jesus, if Jesus would move to Edessa, that he would do. Now, the next slide. This is the key text within the Latin sermon, and it's been changed. The Abgar legend has been changed. Up till this time, it was always a reference to the face of Jesus. But now it's been changed to be read at this wedding, which obviously it was done then with the approval of the Byzantine princes and her brother, the emperor. And they changed it to say, but if you desire to see my face physically, which is apparently what Abgar has written to Jesus, now Jesus is responding, I will send you a linen on which you will be able to see not only the form of my face, but more readily the divinely transformed state of my body, which when you have seen it, you will be able to cool the ardor of your soul. And then later it says, for this mediator of God and men, for Jesus meaning, that he might satisfy the king himself, he spread himself with his whole body upon the kind of cloth like snow. And then his whole body image was transformed along with his face. And for those who had not at all seen the coming of the Lord, they could now see it in bodily form. So this is the major change to the Abgar legend, that for the first time in its history, it specifically references the body image of Jesus. And again, this text comes at the hands of a translator who is the what they call the archaeator, or the physician for Vladimir I. And he himself came from Poland, but he studied medicine in Constantinople. So he obviously got in contact with the Russian Tsar through his relationship with the Byzantine royalty. And as I said in the article that I wrote, I think this is a very, very critical document which disproves historically the results of the radiocarbon dating, because this cloth that's referred to here, this text would not have been written without knowledge on behalf of the Byzantine royalty of there being an image, a full body image of Jesus' body on a shroud. And there's no other way to explain it other than to explain that it was the Turin Shroud. And if it is this Turin Shroud, then this took place in 988, which is long before the carbon dating says the earliest date was for the manufacture of the Turin Shroud, which they claim to be 1260. Okay, and next slide. I think you can take a look at that later of why it's so important. I think I kind of just explained that. And the next slide, we'll finish up with this, that this then brings the Shroud's history to the year 1000, which is where we'll pick up next time. And at this point in the narrative, you have the Mandilion, the image of Edessa, that's sitting in a gold chest hung from the ceiling of the Pharaoh's chapel. And the Sindon, which was the former image of God Incarnate, that's sitting in its gold chest, which is being kept in the Bucolian Palace. Two images of Jesus, both claim to be Akira Huatis, and we'll see next time what happens to them in the 12th and 13th centuries. Okay, that's it for me, Dale.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Jack, for the presentation there. I think we've covered, there's so much to go over with the image of Edessa in the 10th century. I think this is that's the most important century for that hypothesis, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So let me just ask a couple things. Okay, so one thing that I noticed, you did mention some bits from the last presentation you did with Hugh. And I know that Hugh has since written a blog kind of countering, after he consulted with Andrea Nicolati, he kind of consulted and put up some objections. But I wanted to ask you specifically on Canon 82, because in our show, that's where Hugh was kind of like, my goodness, it looks like you've got something there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you read Hugh's kind of criticism afterwards?
I did not. I think, as I said to you, we finished that show maybe on a Saturday or something like that. Hugh said to us at that time that he was planning to go ahead and publish something. And I think it was that Monday I experienced a major problem with my eyes, which required me to see a doctor and undergo medical treatment, which lasted about 3 weeks. And so I was not seeing very well. I eventually took a look at the fact that he had published something on his blog. But by that time, they had closed out all comments. And the other thing, too, was my own feeling was that I had given Hugh every opportunity to respond to my presentation. And all he had to say about it was how well he thought it was made, and he really didn't have very major objections. In fact, the subject that you're talking about, this Canon 82, he didn't seem to be aware of it, and he did think that it might be substantial evidence. But it was very clear when we finished that program that he was almost immediately in touch with other people who were critical of his performance, apparently, and that now he apparently had comments on all these things he had no comments before. And, I just don't do dueling with a ghost or, a ghost writer. And so to tell you the truth, I never even read. He had 2 blog postings, I believe, and I never read a single one of them. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you would have on any part of them.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was just curious because of that Canon 82. That was something he conceded in the show, so I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so I'm not sure how appropriate we did kind of go into the 1000s a bit. So I'm just kind of curious because under the image of God Incarnate hypothesis, it is locked away in this chest. I don't know if it's totally forgotten about or if the emperor can look at it, but how would you explain someone like Justin Robinson's findings of those bronze coins which I think date to the 11th century, like maybe the 1000s. But if the shroud is the image of God incarnate and it's locked in a in this golden case, and no one's looking at it, then how are these bronze coins being made if you think there's a connection?
Well, I haven't. I know that he's into the coins, and I know that he's presented things, and quite frankly, I haven't really reviewed them closely. But I always believe that the later coins were imaged on the earlier coins. So, you take maybe the most famous of the coins, the ones that we've shown, that was the gold Solitas of 692. Well, they have an image of Jesus. It's a pantocrator image of Jesus on that coin. And I know that in my book, I never featured coins from probably where Robinson is talking about, but I did mention that coins that were issued in the 9th century, for example, by, I think it was Emperor Michael in around 843, and I think Basil a little later than that. And if you look at those coins, to me they look a lot like the 692. And so I don't think that once the image of God incarnate got put into its chest and was kept there, I don't think the shroud itself, the shroud image itself, was a model for these additional coins. I mean, the emperors were allowed to look in there, and they could have had their engravers make a coin, make a draft coin, and they could have looked at it and said, put a marking here, make the nose a little bit longer. They could have certainly supervised the project if they themselves were looking into the cases they were allowed to do. And I'm not an expert. Now that you're bringing it up, I think I would like to read Robinson's article. But I didn't notice a great deal of difference between the 9th century coins and the coin of 692. And I always came to the conclusion that they weren't going to Edessa, to get the image. So they must have been getting it in Constantinople. And the later coins are just kind of facsimiles. They're not exactly identical, but they're very close to the earlier coins. And I think that coins in the 11th century could be made off of the images from the 9th century. I don't think you have to look at the image anymore at that point. You also have all the pantocrator images that by that time have been made. We showed a lot of them on the screen. So if I want to make a pantocrator image on a coin of Jesus, I can just look at these pantocrator painted images or mosaics. So I can come up with an image for a coin.
All right, awesome. And we do have one audience question from Mr. Jetty. So this was right towards the end when you were talking about. He's asking what would have prompted this change in the legend.
Is he talking at the very end, the Latin sermon?
Yeah, at the very end, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I think what happened, and I did kind of rush through it, and I did recommend to people that they try to get this article, and I might try to get Michael Kowalski's consent to putting it out there, maybe on Academia or somewhere, but because it's in the British newsletter. But the bottom line was, if you accept my premise, and that is that the Shroud of Turin is a relic in the Imperial Relic Collection in the year 958. That's what Constantine refers to in his harangue. And that, from that point forward, the emperors who are more religious bent are looking into the case and seeing what it is that they have there, which they're perfectly allowed to do under the covenant with God that was made in 741, that by the time you got to Emperor Basil, who's actually the son of Romanus II, who's the son of Constantine, and you get down to the year 988, I think that he knew what the image of the shroud looked like. It's not real long after that you start seeing these shroud-like full body images of Jesus on icons, where the hands are crossed and you've got Man of Sorrows and all. So I think that he's aware of what he has. And they get into this Abgar legend that they're going to, they think is appropriate for the wedding of Basil's sister and the Tsar of the Rus. And I think that it's Basil and or through his sister who direct the translator who's, preparing this sermon, this new story, to switch what was in the shroud, in the Abgar legend, which was a face, to a body image, because they specifically know now that there is a body image. And, they're probably like the Emperor Constantine was 40 years before them. They need a history. Where did it come from? How can we validate that what we're seeing is actually the body or the face of Jesus? And so you do that by changing the legend. And now the legend doesn't have Abgar sending just his face, but he's sending an image of his entire body. And so when the time comes when the Byzantine emperors would decide to disclose that, which they didn't until about 1203, 1204, but whenever they would decide to do that, they can connect that image that they have, that relic that they have, they can connect that with the legend, and they say that goes back, to first century and Abgar V. So I think that's why they changed the legend. The legend kept changing. Mark Guskin said, excuse me. Mark Guskin once said, the legend kept changing to accommodate the more that they learned about the image. And so when they learned that there was an image on cloth, which I think they learned through the image of God Incarnate, they changed the legend to be an image on cloth. And when they learned that the image on cloth was a full body image, they changed the legend to comport with that. The legend was always supposed to be the validator of what they had. And so when Constantine and actually Romanus, when they got the image of Edessa and they saw that it was affixed to a board and it had gold writing, what did they do? They changed the legend to say that Abgar V did that. He put it on a board and he added this writing, so that would validate that what they had is what Abgar had. They were just constantly changing the legend to validate whatever positions they were taking.
All right, gotcha. All right, we got. Okay, so again, so you think that the Shroud got to Constantinople around 950?
No, I think what I'd ask Mr. Jetty to do, if he gets some time, he looks at either the second show that we did for the period of 501 to 900, or he's welcome to get my book, which covers the hidden history of the Shroud of Turin. But I believe that the Shroud got to Constantinople around 540. This was when it had been in Antioch. Antioch was destroyed by the Persian army, and just before the Persians destroyed it, Ephraimius, who was the patriarch of Antioch, he fled the city and he went to Anatolia. And my belief is he took the Shroud at that time to Justinian. Justinian had a relationship with Justinian. Justinian had appointed him patriarch and Count of the East before that. So I think he took the Shroud to Justinian in 540. He almost immediately had to go back to Antioch because the city was destroyed, and he had to tend to his flock at that time. And I think his plan was that Justinian would just hold it in trust for him, and when they got Antioch rebuilt to where it was safe to do so, he would just go back and get the Shroud. Well, unfortunately for him, there was a plague in Antioch in 542, and he died in 545. So at this point, he's not there to claim it. And that's where I think Constantine said, well, that's where I think Justinian I said, I'm just going to take this over and make it a Byzantine relic. And I think that's what he did. And that's where we have all this evidence of things like the Crux Mensuralis and the Pantocrator images and the Tableon and the Loris. All these things followed almost immediately, like within 50 years of the arrival of the Shroud in Constantinople. So I'm not quite sure where Mr. Jetty gets 950, because I don't think I mentioned that at all. I think that if you go for the Image of Edessa hypothesis, you think that it got there in 944. And if you are in agreement with my hypothesis, you think that it got there in around 540. There's like a third hypothesis out there that I don't know that much about. It has to do with the Beirut icon, but just one thing on that there's a lot of reasons I have doubts about that, but not the least of which is that the history that's presented for that says that the Beirut icon got to Constantinople in something like 978. I forget the exact year, but 20 years before that, Constantine in his harangue is saying we've got the Sindon. So if he's got the Sindon in 958, it can't be something that was brought there 20 years later. It's either the image of God Incarnate or it's the image of Edessa.
All right, I'll give him one last follow-up on this, and then I have a question for you, just a clarification one. But okay, so he just says, so if what you're saying is true, then they should have changed the legend sooner.
Well, there was a separate legend, and that was the legend that they affixed to the image of God Incarnate. And again, we covered this, I think, in the earlier show, but just quickly, Justinian, now that he has the Shroud, he parades it around Anatolia for 6 years. And then he has a Syriac writer write a legend about that cloth. And he doesn't want to acknowledge that that cloth is a shroud. And he doesn't want to acknowledge that that cloth came from Antioch, because if he does either of those two things, he's going to have to return the relic he has to Antioch. So instead, there's a crazy legend that is made up, and that's attached to this cloth. And it says that, sometime back in the day when Diocletian was prosecuting the Christians, like in the early 300s, a woman who lived in a small village called Camiliana went to her well. She was taking lessons in Christianity, and she just couldn't get through her head that it was a invisible God. She needed some sort of physical manifestation, and she goes into her well and she pulls out this cloth, and it has a picture of Jesus' face on it, and it's not wet at all, so that's miraculous. And then that spawns a couple of more images on cloth for her. And this is how, and then there's a long convoluted story of how it got from there to Constantinople. But it's basically the contrived legend that Justinian makes up so that people will not know that he got this cloth from Antioch. And so for a long time, when the emperors were there, they never really wanted to go back and actually say that the image of Camiliana, the image of God Incarnate, came from Edessa. They had created this false appearance by creating this other legend. So they never went and changed the legend. However, I do think that when there was a Greek, it was a Greek who changed the Acts of Thaddeus in about 730, where for the first time it says that it's on a cloth. I think by that time they well knew that there was a cloth not made by human hands with Jesus' image on it in Constantinople, and I think that's what he was writing about when he wrote the Acts of Thaddeus, which had to do with bringing the cloth originally to Edessa, but I don't think he got that information from Edessa. I think he got it from Constantinople.
Awesome. Yeah, he says thanks. He kind of remembers what you're talking about now, so that's
Great.
awesome.
Good, Mr. Jetty. You go.
He gets an A+ for today. So okay, so I just wanted to quickly clarify because I know with the image of God incarnate hypothesis, there's not a lot of text, but so I understood your point about the fourth most important text. I wanted to clarify about the third most important text, the text from Constantine the Seventh.
Mhm.
Now, just to confirm, you don't think that this text can be used to prove a direct link to the Shroud of Turin or a shroud with images or anything. This is strictly used as a falsification of the image of Edessa because if there is
No, no. I think it's both. I
okay,
think it's a positive proof for the image of God incarnate, because it recognizes the only way that Constantine would know that there was a shroud in the collection is because he accessed the case that was holding it, and he now knew that he had a shroud in the collection. For him to call it a shroud, he must have seen that it was a shroud. So I think it's affirmative proof for the image of God incarnate. I say it's a negative proof because if Constantine is saying that, then the only way it could be the image of Edessa is he knows that the image of Edessa is a shroud. And yet, in the years which followed 958, when he wrote this letter, the image of Edessa is still being called the mandilion, a small cloth. It's still being portrayed as a face cloth. It's still showing these transactions that a small face cloth was brought from Edessa to Constantinople. So it's very clear to me that the harangue doesn't apply to the mandilion. It has to apply to the shroud, which is the image of God incarnate. And even, just repeat something I said on the show, even Dan Scavone, who's a pretty respected historian in sinological circles anyway, he looked at these texts. He wrote a big paper on all the texts that came out of Constantinople. And when he wrote a text, he wrote on this text of the harangue by Constantine. He says, well, we know one thing for sure. He's not referring to the mandilion because he's telling his troops, I blessed this water with passion relics. And the mandilion was never a passion relic. So, and it wasn't kept with the passion relics. It was kept by itself in this case that they hung in the Pharos Chapel. So I think it's both. I think it's affirmative proof of the validity of the image of God incarnate hypothesis, and it's negative proof, disproving proof towards the image of Edessa hypothesis.
awesome. All right, cool. I think that covers it in terms of the questions. We do have a Shroud skeptic, though, Richard Hunter, saying he's enjoying the content. It was definitely the right decision to limit the discussion to the 1 century there. So yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. It was almost kind of a necessity because in the period of time when I was supposed to be researching and preparing this, I had a second medical problem, not with my eyes, but I had to actually undergo some surgery, and then my computer went out on me, and all the work that I had done, I thought was lost. But fortunately, I took it in, and they were able to recover that. And so I was essentially left with, I think at that point, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, I told you, Dale, I thought I still could get this done. And I could not have prepared it 2 more centuries in time for this date. I think I told you, if you want to do that, we'll have to push it off till December. But there's so much content in here. And as you say, it applies mostly to the image of Edessa. When we were in the 6th century, all these things that I'm bringing up about the crux mensalis and the crucifixion thing, that was the active century for the image of God incarnate. And why? Because it was on the move then. It was moving from Antioch into Constantinople. And it was all the things that were happening in Constantinople or being written in Constantinople about this new development. Well, by the 10th century, that's all old news now. And in the 10th century, the image of Edessa is moving from Edessa to Constantinople, and you've got all these texts that are being written about it, or artwork that's being performed. So the 10th century is the century primarily of the image of God the image of Edessa. But it's not totally, because I do think two of the most important texts for the image of God Incarnate, the harangue of 958 and the Latin sermon of 988, that occurred there. But you can see we covered them in fairly short order because we've been going on for hours. You can see I'm somewhat losing my voice, but we were able to cover them sufficiently. And I would recommend to anybody who can do so, until I can get it out in the public, subscribe to the BSTS newsletter. It's a great journal. It doesn't cost very much, like $14 a year. They have wonderful, wonderful articles in there. And take a look at the article that I did write on the Latin sermon, because it's fully documented with footnotes, and anything you want to know about why I said what I did, it's right there for you.
Awesome. All right, cool. Well, as you said, it has been a long show for you, so I'm going to give your voice a rest. I think we can kind of wrap up at this point, but yeah, thank you for coming on. And like you said, you'll be back to kind of cover the next 2 centuries.
We'll be able to do 2 together next time. Yep.
Sounds good. So yeah, that'll cover 1001 AD up to 1204 AD.
Correct. Because after that, then we'll be into the missing years, and it's something we can talk about if you want to do a show on the missing years. And then if you want to finish out, you could do a show on the Charney era, which we've done some of those things on panels with the documents and all. But they tend to get into a lot of back and forth, and sometimes people can get lost into them, which isn't the same as seeing a straight, pretty much uninterrupted presentation.
Absolutely. Yeah, sounds perfect. So, all right. So that's it for everybody. Next week, I think it'll be on a Saturday. I'm bringing Jamie Castro back. He wants to do a show on politics and, again, Christianity and how that relates to politics with the U.S. election. Obviously, it's just a few days before the election. When do you guys, the 5th, right? Or is it the 6th for you guys? Jack, you're an American, so.
It's Tuesday, which is the 5th, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I know we've been doing a lot of shows on politics lately, but I think this is an important election, so I agreed to bring Jamie on to cover it one last time before the election. So look out for that, and I'll see you guys next week. All right. Take care.
Okay. Thank you, Dale.